Chapter 461 Golden Parts Angel Kingship Wings. For the final carnival of this gluttonous feast, all the forces involved in the war have given the highest expectations. However, the waiting in the middle is really tormenting. In order to officially start the division of this 800,000 light-year star field, several Star Destroyer captains must free up their hands. And the key to this is the colorful Wonder Civilization Wall. Only when the Civilization Wall spreads over and includes the entire Tianpen River system in the defense range, can the entire Tianpen River system get rid of the crisis hanging over its head, and can it safely divide and digest the harvest of decades of pioneering wars? But if we want to wait for the Great Wall of Civilization to be fully extended, how can we do it in a short time? 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a weak spatial fluctuation was heard from the interior of the Tianqiu Sangqiong in the Song family fleet. When the fluctuation subsided, there was only a hollow body left by Song Qi in the warship. He had already entered the Zutian market and started a new market transaction. Zutian market. Watching the 4th level wizard rushing straight to the strange item exchange shop. Song Qi, who was always paying attention to the other party from a god's perspective, smiled. In the past few years, the other party had entered the market many times, but he never showed any intention to exchange D-Man clan blood puppet. It was not until the last market transaction that this 4th level wizard named Lawan took the initiative to ask about the specific exchange method of D-Man clan blood puppet. At that time, Song Qi guessed that the other party might be ready to make a move. So today, he guarded the node where the ultra-long-range space gate random release station completed the buffering, and immediately started a new market transaction. As expected, this time Lawan did not hide anything, and rushed straight to the strange item exchange shop after leaving the inn. After entering the shop, he quickly activated the storage ring on his right index finger, and then a brilliant golden light completely enveloped the treasure exchange shop. What Lawan took out from the storage ring was a golden holy treasure. Your Majesty, the great lord of the market, I wonder if this treasure will catch your eye. Song Qi concentrated, and the dominance of the 7th level peak flowed around him. The properties of the golden holy treasure that the other party took out soon appeared in front of him. But then he sighed helplessly, and replied with his mind, "This thing is useless to me." The golden holy treasure that the other party took out was called Wheel of the Bright Moon, and it could not be transformed into a shipborne component of the same level, so he naturally would not agree to the transaction. Rare item, Wheel of Bright Moon. Quality, gold. Transformable, none. Note, transformed from the remains of a star in the multiverse era, contains extremely powerful power. After a lot of effort, someone was able to take out the golden holy domain rare item, but it could not be transformed into a shipborne component. Song Qi's disappointment can be imagined. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw Lawan mobilize the magic power in his body to activate the storage ring in his hand again, and then another holy domain rare item emitting golden light appeared in his hand. He let out a light exclamation in his heart, resisting the urge to subconsciously probe his mind to check, and instead replied with his mind, "Take them all out." Lawan hesitated for a moment, and then immediately activated the storage ring. Hesitation is instinctive, and the subsequent decisiveness is the respect for a powerful master. If you really want to rob, you can't hide in front of a creature that dominates the sea of stars. 3 golden holy objects. The members of the hegemony level civilization are really amazing. Looking at the 3 golden holy objects in Lawan's hand in the object exchange shop, even with the current luxurious configuration of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song Qi's breathing was still a little rapid. He quickly calmed down, sighing at the prosperity of wizard civilization, and at the same time looking over. After a while, the properties of the second golden object also emerged in front of him. Object, Blood Prince Core. Quality, gold. Transformable, Blood Furnace Engine. Note, the blood core of a 7th level vampire prince has been transformed over millions of years, and there is endless blood energy inside. This second golden object made his eyes light up. But that was all. This is a golden quality shipborne engine, although it is also very precious. But the Tianqiu Sangqiong already has a better quality antimatter energy evolution engine, which is not an urgent need. If the third holy artifact could not be transformed into a shipborne component, Song Qi would not mind exchanging it. But the fact is that after he turned his eyes to the third artifact, his sight was fixed directly, and he was completely attracted by this wing-shaped artifact. Artifact, Angel King Wings. Quality, gold. Transformable, Angel King Power Wings. Note, An 8th level angel king of the angel race once fell to the ground and left behind all his wings. After hundreds of thousands of years, it turned into a golden holy artifact. Angel King Power Wings LV0 Quality, Gold Features, Holy Light Shield Feature 2, Loading Warship Speed increased by 140% Feature 3, Light Resistance plus 1000 Feature 4, Angel Wing Escape Feature 5, Angel King True Spirit Guardian Consumption, 40/S Psionic Points Effect, after loading. A flying feather tail will be generated on both sides of the warship's tail, which will increase the ship's hull strength to a certain extent. Required for upgrade, 40 strands of floating land origin 0 level, for 1000 psionic points, 1 drop of angel blood 0 level holy light shield. The wings of kingship contain infinite holy light power. After loading, it can form a layer of holy light shield on the outer layer of the battleship energy shield. The protection value and shield value of the holy light shield are equivalent to half of the standard energy shield of the same quality. It buffers for 1 hour after overload. Angel Wing Escape. Consume 30,000 psionic points. The wings of kingship flap. Flash to the designated location according to the captain's wishes. The current maximum flash distance is 1000 km. The cooling time is 72 hours. Angel King True Spirit Guardian. Consume 100,000 psionic points. Summon the Angel King True Spirit to protect yourself. All designated friendly units within the range of the Angel King True Spirit can enjoy 80% of the protection effect. The duration is 30 minutes. The cooling time is 5 years. Obviously, this component called Angel King's Wings is a super high quality golden sanctuary component. Although it is a special component, it has the characteristics of Holy Light Shield that greatly increases defense, Angel Wing Escape, and other characteristics of Flash Escape, and Angel King True Spirit Guardian that protects large groups. The word top quality alone is not enough to describe it. You should know that the Tianshu Sanqun already had the Black Hole Evolution Layer, a black ultimate component, which gave the warship a double-layer hull armor. Now, if the double-layer energy shield given by the Angel King's Wings is added, the defense of the warship will be completely far ahead of other warships of the same level. Thinking about it, Song Chi could not help but secretly complain. This is to make the Tianshu Sanqun ship completely disappear on the road of meat shield warships. But, I like it. While muttering, he did not forget to send a reply to Lawan with his mind. It's this Angel King Wings. Seeing the law text displayed on the projection screen, Lawan's eyes first showed joy. As long as the deal can be reached, he and his teacher will get rewards. Although the master has not been a true spirit wizard for a long time, he is still a great master. Any item in his hand will be enough to benefit them a lot. But soon a trace of pain flashed across his face. When he came here, the master had instructed that this Angel King Wings was the most valuable of the 3 rare items. If possible, try to avoid using it for trading. But although it was a little pity, Lawan still had no intention of refusing. Both parties quickly confirmed the transaction. When the Emperor Barbarian Blood Puppet was delivered to him, the Angel King Wings was also taken away by Song Chi's dominance. Looking at the Angel King Wings in his hand, Song Chi's mouth corners slightly raised. After the level of this component is strengthened, then the Tianshu Sanqun will be promoted to a battleship. He can imagine how strong the defense of the Tianshu Sanqun will be by then. But one thing needs to be noted: the strengthening of this component requires the blood of angels. It is okay when it is at a low level, but when it is strengthened to the 5th or 6th level, it will probably need the blood of angels of the same level. Angels are quite rare, and it will take some effort to strengthen it later. That is, it only needs the blood of ordinary angels, not essence blood, source blood, otherwise it will be more troublesome. I remember that the Stark family enslaved many angels. I can ask them later, but I can't do it myself. I have to find someone else to do it. Song Chi muttered, and didn't think about it anymore. He put away the golden holy treasure, and at the same time called Shin Yuran, asking him to help him find out about the angel blood. After the market transaction was over, he immediately took out the Yogwang order number 32, and also commissioned it in the Xingling group chat. After doing all this, he did not leave the market, but went all the way into the All-Attribute training room. The current All-Attribute training room has also reached level 50, and the blessing for the practice of psychic energy is amazing. With the help of the ordinary Master Blood extracted from the previous piece of Master Flesh and Blood, and the blessing of the level 50 All-Attribute training room, Song Chi's guidance skills have improved rapidly in recent years, and now have reached level 45. But this time he is not here to practice guidance skills. Sitting cross-legged in the training room, Song-Chi waved his hand and took out the silver upgraded fire source from the storage capsule on the side. Since he got this upgraded fire source, he has always wanted to use it directly, but for various reasons, he has delayed it until now. He just happened to have nothing to do during this period, so it is suitable for use. When he thought that as long as he absorbed this fire, his own fire seed would evolve into silver, Song-Chi couldn't help but feel a little excited. The two parts of Black Hole Evolution Layer and Angel Kingship Wings can indeed make the defense of Kinshu Sangcheong the best among the same level warships. But this only refers to the energy and entity aspects. To truly achieve absolute defense, there is actually another important point. That is the defense of the mind. In terms of the power of the mind, there are actually the Soul Calming Monument of Tai Soul Calming Monument, and the Demon Puppet guarding the soul of Spirit Calling Demon Puppet, which are not weak, but this is not enough. Tai's Soul Calming Monument is only an orange part, and Spirit Calling Demon Puppet is better, but it is only a red part. If you encounter a truly powerful attack on the mind, the two may not necessarily ensure that the mind is not harmed. In comparison, if you add the excellent resistance of the Silver Fire Seed itself to the attack of the external soul, this can make people in the true trinity of absolute safety, absolute defense. Huh? After taking a deep breath, Song-Chi began to adjust his state with all his strength. The success rate of the fire seed that devoured the higher level fire source was extremely high, but there were also failures. In addition, the value of the silver quality fire source, so he would never dare to be careless. A few hours later, when the whole body was in the best condition, Song-Chi's fire ancestral orifice at the center of his eyebrows suddenly opened, and the silver fire source was drawn into the ancestral orifice space under the tyrannical absorption force. The fusion process was not smooth this time. The red fire seed and the silver fire seed were an essential transformation, so even with Song-Chi's full cooperation, the whole fusion process still lasted for a long time. At the moment of complete swallowing and fusion, Song-Chi felt that his spirit had been exhausted to the extreme. But fortunately, he finally persevered to the end. At the moment when the entire Zuchio chaos space was shrouded in silver light, it also represented that the fire seed had successfully completed the evolution from red to silver. At the same time, the spirit that had been exhausted to the extreme suddenly regained its vitality, and the previous fatigue disappeared completely, as if the whole mind had been completely sublimated. Silver Fire Seed. After more than 130 years of hard work, has it finally come to this point today? For a moment, Song-Chi felt infinite emotion in his heart. He lamented the difficulties of the past 100 years, and was also happy about the vastness of the world today. Silver Fire Seed, what does this mean? This means that on the road to becoming a 7th level Star Destroyer captain, one of the highest mountains that blocked the road has been leveled first, which means that the strengthening of various components of the warship will no longer be blocked at the 7th level, and that his hope of being promoted to the master in the future has been greatly improved. Thinking along the way, Song-Chi shook his head, not lost in it. This is just one of the mountains on the road to becoming a Star Destroyer captain, and there is still a long way to go. Xiao-Chi, can you hear me? The post-war summary meeting is about to begin. Through his ethereal body in the outside world, Song-Chi suddenly heard the call of the ancestor of the family. Hearing the 6 words post-war summary meeting, his eyes narrowed suddenly. Post-war summary meeting? In fact, it is more appropriate to call it the post-war interest division meeting. But it just sounds better. It is the most important meeting of this pioneering war, and he will naturally not be absent. With a change of mind, his figure suddenly disappeared from the all-attribute training room. After returning to the outside world Tianxu Suncheong, he did not rush to leave, but took a shower in the personal room of the battleship first, washing away the sweat caused by the fusion of the upgraded fire source. Chapter 462 Morning Star Kingdom. In a few years, civilization Great Wall extended from west to east, and finally successfully included the entire Tianpan River system within its defense range. The Xinhua captains who saw this interstellar Great Wall that spanned endless light years for the first time were shocked beyond words. But for Song-Chi, it was already commonplace. The venue for this summary meeting was on the 7th level floating land of Jiexing Floating Land. As for the participants, at least they all have a Shulu captain, and each party can only have one representative. Only forces with a 5th level battleship captain can send multiple representatives to participate. For a 6th level clan like the Song family, not only can all dreadnought captains and battleship captains participate, but they can also bring multiple Zulu captains. In the Jiexing Floating Land sky, thousands of Zulu class and above Shinhua warships gathered here in a short period of time. The 4-star destroyers were naturally surrounded by all the warships. After the 10 Song warships arrived, about a dozen minutes later, when representatives of all parties arrived, the post-war summary meeting officially began. There was no extra opening remarks, everyone was very busy, and several Star Destroyer captains had to further discuss the specific garrison work on the civilized Great Wall. So as soon as the 4-star destroyers jointly established a magnetic wave communication group chat, they got straight to the point. Yaoan Lu Shu. This is the pioneering contribution data calculated by the Statistics Department under the Kingdom in the past 3 years. Take a look. The subsequent detailed allocation will be based on this contribution ranking. The higher the ranking, not only will they have priority allocation rights, but they will also be allocated a larger star field area. After that, a detailed pioneering data contribution table was uploaded to the group chat. Song Chi quickly clicked it, but his eyebrows quickly raised. Star Robbery War Contribution List. 1. Yaoan Lu Clan. 2. Beiqiangshan Clan. 3. Dongli Shao Clan. 4. Morningstar Principality and Star Combined Fleet. 5. Xianhanyu Clan and Bell Combined Fleet. The rankings listed on this contribution list are very interesting, except for the 3 immortal families being listed separately. The others on the list are all in the form of combined fleets. However, this is also much more convenient, and it saves a lot of wrangling, at least for now. As for the subsequent division and wrangling within each combined fleet, that is their own business, and there is no need for several Star Destroyer captains to care about it. Apart from the 3 immortal families, with a history of more than 10,000 years, the Morningstar Principality, and the Star Combined Fleet, where the Song family is located, ranked 4th on the list. Everyone had expected this. Not to mention that the Morningstar Principality and the Star Combined Fleet had already achieved outstanding results in this pioneering war. The newly promoted official Star Destroyer captain alone was destined to rank below the 3 old immortal families. What made Song Chi suspicious was that, according to previous speculation, the Morningstar family, as the 4th immortal family, should have been listed separately. But why was it still included in the combined fleet? The key point was that the 4 words Morningstar Principality were clearly marked out, which was very eye-catching in the eyes of the kingdom forces. Could it be that Lady Rosetta wants to establish a king? Suddenly, Song Chi thought of something. His breathing suddenly became rapid, and even his cheeks, which he tried hard to control, showed obvious strange colors. Beside him, Song Xiuan and the Aquila noticed his abnormality at the first time. Or it was not just Song Chi's abnormality. The entire Song family, and even the captains representing the 5 major forces of the Principality who participated in the conference, all showed excited expressions on their faces, as if to verify what everyone was thinking. The indifferent voice of Rosetta Morningstar sounded in the group chat of the conference at the right time. For this pioneering contribution list, all the captains of the Morningstar Principality have no objection. However, before the final distribution, I will give you a tip-off. 3 months later, the Morningstar Principality will officially hold a kingdom upgrading ceremony. I hope you can come and support us. As soon as these words came out, the entire conference chat fell silent. The upgrading of the Principality to the kingdom is an absolute happy event from any perspective. However, the representatives of various forces in the group chat were all shocked. Their eyes swept over the indifferent faces of the 3-star destroyer captains of the Yaoan Kingdom. No one dared to be the first to congratulate. Finally, it was Song Wujiang, the ancestor of the Song family, who took the initiative to break the deadlock with a smile. Okay, our Morningstar Principality has been established for more than 5,000 years, and now we finally have a Star Destroyer captain, so we should celebrate. Once there is one, there will be 2. The representatives of the Golden Horn Lu family, the Dusk family, and the Eagle family also reacted and agreed. With the successive speeches of several families in the Principality, the representatives of the forces in the kingdom were naturally led along the way. But although they congratulated, the representatives of the forces in the kingdom felt mixed emotions. The Principality was upgraded to a kingdom. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. It wanted to compete for more territory under the noses of the 3 old immortal families in the Yaoan Kingdom. And this Morningstar Principality. No, it should be called the Morningstar Kingdom now. The more resources and territory the Morningstar Kingdom gets, the final cost will inevitably be equally distributed to the forces of the Yaoan Kingdom. Let the 3 immortal families fill this gap. Is it possible, however? Even though they knew this, no one dared to object, Even the 3-star destroyer captains of the Yaoan Kingdom did the same. The 4 superpowers of Xinhua humanity strongly advocate the active development of the forces below, especially for the newly established kingdom. If anyone dares to make any obstacles in this matter, they will be brought to the trial of the Imperial Court of Justice as soon as possible. As time passed, after a lot of wrangling, this list of pioneering contributions was finally finalized. And then the star field of more than 800,000 light-years that the Jiexing clan civilization once controlled was officially allocated. Yaoan Lushu, first of all, with Jiexing floating land as the center. The star field of 300,000 light-years around will be controlled by the 3 immortal families of Yaoan. The first to be allocated were naturally the 3 behemoths at the top of the pyramid of the Yaoan Kingdom. The area around the Jiexing floating land is 300,000 light-years. The various forces below can still accept this distribution, and no one objects. Although it is the most resource-intensive territory, it occupies less than half of the area after all, and there will be a large public area in the Jiexing floating land that will be open to the public in the future. Generally speaking, it can be accepted by all forces. But the next distribution is not so pleasant. Yaoan Lushu. Secondly, from the north of the Chaos Star region, extending to the Great Wall of Civilization in the north of the Tianpan River system, this large territory is assigned to the Morning Star Principality and the Stark Combined Fleet. When this second division came out, even if they were concerned about Rosetta Morningstar, the new Star Destroyer captain, the representatives of the Kingdom forces did not dare to say anything too much, but the entire group chat was still full of opposition. The Chaos Star region extends all the way to the Great Wall of Civilization in the north. The area of this star region is probably no less than 250,000 light-years. How is this possible? That's right. We agree that the Morning Star family took away 100,000 light-years of star region. But is it reasonable for the other families to divide up 150,000 light-years? No. We don't agree. We still have hundreds of families. If we really calculate it this way, the 5 of them will divide up 150,000 light-years. And the hundreds of us will divide up 250,000 light-years? What qualifications do they have? Absolutely not. For a moment, the entire group chat was in chaos, and objections came one after another. As for the 3-star destroyer captains of the Yaoan Kingdom, although they did not speak, their eyes all turned to Rosetta Morningstar, as if they were curious about Rosetta Morningstar's next answer. As for the specific division plan, the 4-star destroyer captains had naturally discussed it in advance, and this 250,000 light-year star field was what Rosetta Morningstar had proposed before. So the 3 of them were a little curious about where Rosetta Morningstar's confidence came from. Without paying attention to the outsiders, Rosetta Morningstar turned her eyes and looked at Song Wujiang at the front of the Song family fleet. The two looked at each other, and then Song Wujiang nodded slightly. Swish. The familiar sound of the hatch opening sounded, and the next second a special warship with a length of more than 10 kilometers rushed out from the Dinghai Longxiang. Just when everyone was confused, this 10,000-meter starship, which was fundamentally different from the battleships of the Xinhua human civilization, rushed straight into the sky. After it rushed out a sufficient distance, this special warship seemed to have completely let go of its restraints, and its volume began to expand rapidly. 30,000 meters, 100,000 meters, until the end. This warship expanded all the way to tens of thousands of kilometers, and several star destroyers were more than one level smaller in front of it. The captains of Xinhua's ships swept their eyes over this battleship that almost covered the sky and the sun. The super-nuclear shield with amazing strength on the hull, the Golden Star Destroyer muzzle without any cover at the bow. For a moment, everyone subconsciously swallowed their saliva. After all, judging from the appearance alone, the deterrent power of this 3-eyed royal family dominant flagship is even greater than the 4-star destroyers present. This super battleship must have dominant level combat power. It is unknown how strong it is, but it must be associated with the word dominant. This was the common thought in the minds of all the Xinhua captains present at the moment. But before they could think about it anymore, a calm voice had already come out from the Dinghai Longxiang. Now, are you qualified enough? No one answered, but all the previous objections also disappeared. I wonder where Rosetta's confidence comes from. It turns out to be a 7-level flagship of the 3-eyed clan. It's good luck. Yes, sir. Several star destroyer captains of the Yaoan Kingdom were very knowledgeable and recognized this special warship at the first time. Song Wujiang knew that he could not hide it, and nodded in acknowledgement. After that, no one spoke up to object. and Lu Xu immediately began to allocate the subsequent teams. Seeing that the result was basically determined, Song Wujiang in the Dinghai Longxiang did not change his expression, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Even strictly speaking, the 3-star destroyer captains of the Yaoan Kingdom should be happy to see an additional dominant combat power. After all, this can effectively share their future defense pressure on the civilization Great Wall, with the Tianpan River system completely being assigned to the territory of the Xinhua human civilization. It is now different from the past. Without the Jiexing clan civilization as a buffer, the Yaoan Kingdom has directly connected with the 8-armed snake demon civilization. For every additional dominant combat power, the safety of the Tianpan River system will increase. But after all, it is not an orthodox star destroyer. Before this, Song Wujiang had no confidence that it could be recognized by the 3-star destroyer captains. Now, with the opportunity of Rosetta Morningstar to fight for the establishment of a country, this 3-eyed royal flagship will be officially recognized by the 2 kingdoms. This will have a great impact on the future development of the entire Song family. Not to mention anything else, at least in the future. The Dinghai Song family should be able to call themselves a half-immortal family, even if outsiders do not recognize this title. But in the subsequent redistribution of the territory of the Morningstar Kingdom, it can gain real benefits for the Song family. Suppressing his excitement, Song Wujiang's mind suddenly changed. He quickly retracted the 3-eyed royal flagship in the sky and took it back to the Dinghai Longxiang. As for the possibility that the flagship was seized by someone, he had no such worries. First of all, the 3-eyed royal flagship, which had the power of a master, could not be taken away just by saying so. Secondly, even if there was a captain who could do it, he would never do it here. You must be kidding. There are so many powerful people watching here. In addition, there are even people from the Xian Xining family in places that cannot be seen. If you dare to take action here, you will become the target of public criticism. After this episode, the summary meeting lasted for several hours. But until the final allocation was completed, the meeting was still not over, because there were still lists of high-level resource points in each floating land, and a list of punished forces that illegally mined certain resources to be announced. Both lists were huge, and the number of resource points and punished forces involved was very large, to the point of being a little scary. At the beginning, it was nothing, but as time went on, people gradually began to complain in the group chat, until it became more and more intense in the end. It's not that the immortal clans don't have deterrence, and all the resource points listed are extremely valuable, and the resources that need to be doubled for compensation are also the same. These rare resources are extremely important to the 4th level, 5th level, and even ordinary 6th level clans. However, when Lu Xu said in person that these were all orders from the Xianqin Divine Dynasty, the entire group chat fell into silence again. They dared to have some small complaints about the several immortal clans in the kingdom, but this is the Xianqin Divine Dynasty, the sky of the entire Xinhua human civilization. The Song family members were just the opposite. They behaved very calmly from beginning to end, because their Song family was not on any list. Song Wujiang had a deep cooperation with Rosetta Morningstar. The Song family was protected by the Morningstar family, a newly promoted immortal family. All the territories, floating lands, and resources allocated to the family were all their own and did not need to be handed over. At this point, the post-war summary meeting was completely over, and representatives from various families dispersed one after another. Thousands of high-level warships quickly disappeared in the sky of the Jiexing floating land. Chapter 463, Song Family Territory. Outside the Jiexing floating continent, representatives of the Morningstar Principality, including Hardy Stark of the Stark family, gathered together again at this moment. Although the general distribution has been completed, the internal distribution has just begun. Adding the newly allocated 250,000 light-years, the original territory of the Principality, and the Chaos Star Field, the subsequent Morningstar Kingdom territory is roughly 300,000 light-years. But how to divide this 300,000 light-year star field? Naturally, it also requires unified discussion among all families. Before everyone could speak, Rosetta Morningstar and Song Wujiang spoke one after another, as if they had already agreed on it. Including the original territory of the Principality, from south to north, these 120,000 light-years belong to my Morningstar family. It's the same for my Song family. Including the original Dinghai Star region, Red River Star region, and the western part of the Chaos Star region, and extending 70,000 light-years to the north. This star region stretching 80,000 light-years belongs to my Dinghai Song family. Hearing this, Stark, Lu family, Dusk family, Eagle family, and other 4 families naturally looked a little ugly. After all, the 2 families directly took away 200,000 light years, which was 2/3 of the Morningstar Kingdom in the future. However, when they thought that each of the 2 families had a dominant force to support them, no one dared to say more in the end. Finally, after a lot of wrangling between the 4 families and the remaining forces of the Principality, the 100,000 light-year star field was finally distributed. The Stark family asked for a 25,000 light-year star field near the territory of the Yaoan Kingdom. The Lu family and the Dusk family each took 20,000 light years. The Eagle family took 15,000 light years, and the last 20,000 light years were divided among the remaining forces of the Principality. This distribution plan was not perfect, at least many forces were not satisfied, but for the Morningstar family and the Song family, it was the best. In the territory allocated to his family, Song Chi saw the robbery floating land at the first sight. Apparently, the ancestor of the family had not forgotten the medium-sized titanium crystal vein that bred the core of the vein. In addition to the robbery floating land and the Dragon Ridge continent, the ancestral land of the Song family, there were 3 level 6 floating lands in the 80,000 light-year star field allocated to the family, one of which was the life-type robbery floating land, and the other 2 were resource-type floating lands, which were named Dinghai 001 and Dinghai 002 by the family. As for the 5th level floating land, there are more than 20 of them, and even more for the 4th level. The Jiahai floating land is the base of the Song family. In the encrypted group chat jointly created by Dinghai Longxiang and Akalanatha, although the war is basically over, no one can relax. There must be some escaped fish of the Jiexing clan in the star field that stretches for 80,000 light years. So, Dingbang, you should arrange it as soon as possible. The captains of the Zhulu clan should be assigned to each 5th level life-type floating land as much as possible. As for the 4th level floating land, each of them should be assigned a 100-man Hellfire Mech Corps to ensure order on all high-level floating lands. In addition, I will return to Longji continent to take charge. Xiwan, you can take this high-dimensional portal component. After it is strengthened to the 6th level, it can set 7 transmission coordinates in the star field within a radius of 100,000 light years. At that time, you will be stationed. Guard the Jiefeng floating land. Set up the transmission coordinates on several important floating lands such as the Dragon Ridge continent, Jiekong floating land, and so on, so that we can provide timely assistance to multiple parties. In addition, for these newly occupied floating lands, the development of the star field, including immigration, must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. The sooner the immigration is completed, the sooner the value of the floating land can be developed, and the income of our Song family can be increased as soon as possible. Seeing that Song Wujiang stopped, Song Dingbang, who had been listening attentively, took the initiative to speak. Ancestor, immigration, I am afraid it will be a bit difficult for the time being. Several people in the group chat understood what he meant. Before this, the Dinghai star field under the jurisdiction of the Song family was only more than 2,000 light years, and the population under its jurisdiction was only hundreds of billions. After hearing the news of the pioneering war, he immediately issued policies to encourage childbirth in all the life-type floating lands under his command, including the family's colonies in various alien star regions. However, it has only been a few decades now. Although the population has increased greatly, it is obviously unrealistic to rely on this population to fill the entire 80,000 light-year star region. Song Wujiang thought for a moment, and then said, in the past few decades, the immigration of the Red River Star region and the western part of the Chaos Star region has basically been completed. In the future, we only need to focus on the newly occupied 70,000 light-year star region. The population is indeed insufficient. Let's do this. First, migrate all the life-floating lands of level 3 and above. After another 100 years, when the population has increased, we will target all life-floating lands. Yes. After saying this, Song Wujiang turned his sight again and looked at Song Qi in the group chat. Xiao Qi, I know that the foundation of Tianchu Sanqiong is enough to impact the battleship, but your current guidance level is just LV-45, which is far from the battleship. If you start the battleship upgrade at this moment, you and the battleship will inevitably be in an unbalanced state for a long time, which will affect your compatibility with the battleship. How about this? You stay in Jiexing floating land first. The public land we selected has been obtained. Now is the node for full construction. The family shop and the family residence are all of great importance. You stay here for a few decades, and then wait for the guidance level to be improved, and then return to Longji continent. Okay? Songqi naturally would not refuse, and nodded in agreement. Let's not talk about the fact that what the ancestor said was correct. The difference in his current guidance skill level is a bit large. A direct breakthrough will not only reduce the success rate of the battleship's promotion, but also affect the subsequent compatibility with the battleship, which is something that no Xinhua captain wants to see. In comparison, staying on the Jiexing floating land, a 7th level floating land, is obviously a very good choice. Now that the pioneering war has just ended, the captains who participated in the war have a lot of good things in their hands. And Jiexing floating land is the only 7th level life-type floating land in this 800,000 light-year star field, and it is in the center of the star field, which must be the most popular place for the scattered Xinhua captains in the future. In this way, staying here can better collect various star sea wonders that cannot be converted into shipboard parts, including black hole dense stone, escape stone, low-level intelligent brain, angel blood, etc. If you are lucky, you may even be able to acquire high-level floating land origin, star plant tree heart, high-level void crystal, which are rare things. However, after all these words, the space wormhole generator was not mentioned from beginning to end. Did the few people in the group chat not know the existence of this golden holy wonder? Of course not. The real reason is very simple. Through the space wormhole generator component, the acquired space wormhole between the Dragon Ridge continent and the Jiexing floating continent can certainly greatly improve the efficiency of immigration, including the development of floating land, and trade will have great benefits. But there is one problem that cannot be ignored. Space wormhole generator, as a strategic component of the Golden Sanctuary, once its existence is exposed, a three-eyed royal flagship alone cannot stop the many prying eyes of the outside world. It must be a complete star destroyer, and the Song family must officially enter the ranks of immortal clans, to use this component at will, and even use it to trade with other forces. For example, charging fees to open wormhole channels for other immortal clans. As these orders were issued, the Song family fleet quickly set off from the Jiehai floating land, and used stargates to teleport or space jump to the star fields divided by themselves. This Jiehai floating land is only thousands of light years away from Jiexing floating land. It is the territory of the three immortal families of the Yaoan kingdom. Naturally, they cannot stay here for long. Jiexing floating land, Tianan plain. After careful discussion by the three immortal families of the Yaoan kingdom, this place was finally designated as a public open area to the outside world. Today, this plain stretching for hundreds of millions of kilometers has long been bustling with activity. Hundreds of thousands of Xinhua warships take off and land every moment, which has also made this plain extremely prosperous. In the middle of the Tianan plain, a mountain that looks like the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain was built in just a few months under the amazing skills of the Song family fleet. It was also designated as the only base of the Song family in the Jiexing floating continent, not far from the Dragon Ridge Mountain Palace. There is also a huge city that has been built in just a few months. The city is called Longji City, which is the place where the Song family conducts foreign trade. Now Longji City not only has the Longji shops of the Song family, but also has many shops rented out at high prices. Because of this, Longji City is getting busier day by day. Longji shop building top floor. Just after finishing some key things, Songqi was about to enter the market to officially start his subsequent decades of cultivation mission. Who knew that at this time? A beeping sound suddenly came from his ears. Looking down, it was Yaguang order number 32. The message of the Xingling group chat was uploaded. Number 3. Corpse Dog, tag all members. Does anyone have a 6th level moon spring? It's needed urgently. Number 5. Fire Sun, tag number 3. Corpse Dog, have you tried to reach the 7th level? Number 3. Corpse Dog, yes, failed. Number 19. Scorching Sun, then your ship must be. Number 17. Yulong, Uncle Corpse Dog. Did you fail too? I don't have a 6th level moon spring, but I will have my people search for it with all their strength. But the hope is slim, this thing is too rare also. Uncle Corpse Dog. Do you need a life-extending spiritual object? I have a 6th level starry sky plant here. Tree Heart, can extend life by hundreds of years. Number 3. Corpse Dog, if you can get a copy of Moon Spring, lifespan is not a big deal. In addition, I have a special component in my hand. Although the battleship failed to be promoted, it did not sink. Only 2 golden components were destroyed. But the Seed of Fire also fell into buffer. Only after the buffer time is over can the battleship be summoned and controlled again. Number 17. Yulong. Great, it's good that the battleship didn't sink. This way there is still a chance for a second impact. With the words of Corpse Dog, the entire communication group chat was suddenly detonated, and various messages came one after another. After reading the information, Song Chi's heart moved. He just happened to have the 6th level moon spring. Or the ancestor just happened to have it. The 6th level moon spring he had obtained from the Night Elves before it had been handed over to the ancestor. This kind of thing is rare, and he shouldn't have thought about it. However, the relationship between the members of the Yaoguang Star Tower was very good. The Corpse Dog ship failed to attack the Star Destroyer, and the Seed of Fire fell into a 1,000-year buffer. If the 6th level moon spring could not be obtained, there was a high probability that there would be no chance to attack the Star Destroyer again. As for the longevity spiritual objects, the status of the Corpse Dog is not low. How could he have taken a few longevity spiritual objects so far? It can be said that most of the longevity spiritual objects have no effect on him. So if he can help, Song Chi still wants to help. Secondly, the status of the Corpse Dog is not simple. It has a lot of good things in its hands. If the 6th level moon spring is really taken out, the other party will definitely take out items of equal value, or even higher value in exchange. For example, the silver upgraded fire source. Now the original ancestor is lacking a silver upgraded fire source. Due to the limitation of the fire seed, although Akala has been promoted to a dreadnought, its components have only been upgraded to the 6th level at most, which makes the combat power of Akala only very ordinary among dreadnoughts. If the fire seed can be evolved into silver, and the enhancement level of all the components can be upgraded to the 7th level, the combat power of Akala will be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Song Chi first picked up the Yaoguang Star Order and sent a message. Number 32. Jingja, Uncle Corpse Dog, I have news about the 6th level moon spring, but I still need to ask for the details. Wait a minute. After saying that, he came all the way to the battleship summoning room under the Longji commercial building, and after summoning the Tianxu Sangqiong, he would activate the super long-distance communication disc component. After this component was strengthened to the 6th level, the longest communication distance has reached 100,000 light-years. Although the Dinghai Longxiang has already set off to return to the Longji continent, calculating the time, it should still be within the communication distance. But before he could activate the component, there was another reply in the Xingling group chat. Number 26. Black Fox, Jingja, awesome. Number 3. Corpse Dog, Jingja, these are some pretty good things that I can get. Please ask them for me, see if they like it. As he said, he uploaded another statistical information table. Silver time component time crown false, 1 master's true spirit, 2 strands of 7th level floating land origin, 1 drop of master's essence blood. Looking at the various resources listed on this table, all the members in the group chat were jealous. Song Chi was the same. But he frowned again soon. His intuition told him that the ancestors most wanted silver upgraded fire source. But the Corpse Dog didn't seem to have it. He only replied don't worry in the group chat. And Song Chi quickly activated the super long distance communication disc component. As expected, this component successfully activated the sub-disc left on the Dinghai Longxiang. And Song Wujiang had not yet been more than 100,000 light-years away from Jiexing floating land. Xiaoqi. What's wrong? Chapter 464, Transaction. Grandfather, it's like this, I'm on this side. Song Chi quickly recounted the details to Song Wujiang, and listed the exchange items that the Corpse Dog could offer one by one, and then waited patiently. In fact, he still had a 6th level moon spring in his hand, but that was prepared for his future, and he couldn't use his own moon spring to trade. After all, judging from the transactions with the Crescent tribe behind the Night Elves in recent years, the 6th level moon spring in the hands of the other party was also extremely limited. From the beginning to the end, both parties only traded 2 6th level moon springs. In the future, he didn't know if there would be any more, or when there would be any, so he had to keep one for himself in advance. Of course, if Song Wujiang is willing to give out the 6th level moon spring this time, he will definitely make every effort to get another one in the future. After decades of pioneering wars, it is not only the Tianxu Sangqiong that has consolidated its foundation. The Dinghai Longxiang has also further entered the advanced dreadnought, and is not far from the ultimate dreadnought. This also means that Song Wujiang may try to attack the Star Destroyer in the near future, so as to completely raise his family into the ranks of immortal families. In this way, he really needs a 6th level moon spring as a guarantee. Of course, if he really couldn't get it, and Ding Hai Longxiang really failed to attack the Star Destroyer, Song Qi would not be stingy with the one in his hand. He didn't have to wait for long. And Song Wujiang's reply came quickly on the communication disk. This time Crown Fake component is not bad. As a very rare time-type shipborne component, it has both cooling reduction characteristics and can achieve partial time reversal. Unfortunately, the reversal time is too short. Shao Qi, you should first ask the other party if they have a silver upgraded fire source. The quality of your original ancestor's fire seed is a flaw. Yeah, Song Qi responded. And while the single communication duration of the super long-distance communication disk was not over, he quickly picked up Yaoguang order number 32. Number 32. Jingja, Uncle Corpse Dog, the other party wants a silver upgrade fire source. I want to ask if you have any. Star Order Group Chat. As Song Qi sent this message, all the members of Yaoguang Star Tower from all over the world breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter what they want. What matters is that the other party is willing to make a move. Before Corpse Dog spoke, Yulong replied first. Jingja, you agree first, I can get a silver upgrade fire source. If this was said by other members, Song Qi might have hesitated, but since it was said by Yulong, he hardly thought about it, and his first thought was to believe it. Cui Yulong is backed by the 8th-ranked giant family, the Chonsun family. It is understandable that others cannot produce the silver upgrade fire source. But if you say that there is no silver upgrade fire source in the Chonsun family's secret vault, no one will believe it. Just as he was about to agree, Uncle Shergo suddenly interrupted. No need. I have a silver upgrade fire source in my hand, which I originally planned to leave for the younger generation. I can only use it now. Yulong girl, don't touch the Chonsun family's secret vault without permission, or you will be gossiped about. After that, he uploaded a new attribute picture in the group chat. Special item, Moon Worship Fire. Quality, Silver. Transformable, Fire Seed upgraded to Fire Source. Note, the holy fire that Shanghai Moon Worship Church once worshipped leaked a wisp of flame, and after tens of thousands of years, it was transformed into a special fire item. Number 32 Jingja. Okay, wait for me to ask. After sending the attribute diagram of this Moon Worship Fire to the ancestor, Song Qi soon received a reply from Song Wujiang. Okay, but it will take me some time to return to Longji Continent. You can just go back to Longji Continent in half a year. Maybe the other party will wait for half a year? It should be no problem. Star Order Group Chat. Number 32. Jingja. It's okay, but it will take half a year to get it. Number 3. Corpse Dog. It's not a big problem, as long as you can get it. Jingja is sorry to bother you this time. Number 32. Jingja, uncle. Please don't say that. We are a big family. It's so formal to say that. 26 Okay. Xuanhu. That's right, Jingja is mighty. Number 16. Lansong, mighty. Number 19. Shuiyang, mighty. Number 32. Jingja. Putting away the Yaoguang Star Order again, Song Qi did not intend to leave the underground summoning room, and directly entered the market from the inside of the battleship. However, as he walked towards the all-attribute training room, Song Qi's thoughts kept turning. He was thinking about the Time Crown Fake component that the Corpse Dog had taken out before. As Song Wujiang said, the value of this time-related component is still very good. Time Crown Fake LV0 quality, silver features, Time Crown Reverse feature 2, the buffer time of all loaded components of the warship is reduced by 15% feature 3, time resistance plus 800 feature 4, the slot required for this component is always 1. Time Crown Reverse, consume 50,000 psionic points. The Time Crown pointer rotates, and the loaded warship itself falls into a time reversal state. The current reversal time is 0.1 s, and the cooling time is 10 years. To be honest, the attributes of this component are indeed very good. But to say how jealous Song Qi is of it, that's not the way. The main reason is that they are both silver parts, and the cooling reduction of its characteristic 2 cannot be superimposed with the time chest component currently loaded on the Tianxu Sanqiong, but overlaps. In addition, although its Time Crown Reverse characteristic can reverse time, it can only be used on the battleship itself, and the reverse time is too short, based on its initial value. Even if the enhancement level is increased later, the increase in this time will not be much. Therefore, Song Qi is not very interested in it. What he is thinking about at this moment is that he thinks of the time chest loaded on his battleship because of the Time Crown Fake component. Even though, for various reasons, the time chest component cannot currently match a real silver legendary component. Its potential is very amazing. Its matching time chessboard component must be of unimaginably high quality. How many chess pieces are there in a complete set of chess? Just one of them is a silver legendary item. If more chess pieces can be found, or even a real-time chessboard, Song-Chi dare not imagine how high its quality will be. Alas, it's a pity that this is too illusory. I can only wait and see. With a sigh, Song-Chi stopped thinking about it and walked into the all-attribute training room. Before he began to practice the Dalian technique, he first took out a top-grade bodybuilding potion from the storage capsule beside him, and then took out a 3,000-year-old deep-sea clam pearl and crushed it. After the two were neutralized, he swallowed the potion in one gulp. This was not enough. So he then took out a drop of ordinary Lord blood that he had extracted from the flesh and blood of the Lord of the Jiaxing clan, and swallowed it as well. Feeling the sudden burning sensation in his stomach, Song-Chi then took the standard Dalian technique practice posture and began this long period of practice. Half a month later, when he quit practicing, Song-Chi frowned. As the guidance technique reached level 45, the difficulty of subsequent practice increased. Even with the assistance of ordinary dominant blood, the slow progress still made people unhappy. This practice only allowed him to reach the peak of level 45. It would take a long time to break through the bottleneck and reach level 46. Thinking of this, Song-Chi turned his eyes and looked at the storage capsule on the side again. After a while, he took out a red liquid medicine from the storage capsule. It was one of the 3 super-level bodybuilding medicines awarded by the family when he handed in the complete set of structural drawings of the Moroa Dunkong Mecha. He had not used any of them in these years, but now he could not wait any longer. In addition to leaving one for the subsequent impact on the 5th level, the other 2 were used one after another. It must be said that the potion made from the 3,000-year-old super-quality Tianqing grass is indeed good. In just half a year, Song-Chi's guiding technique has made 2 breakthroughs, directly reaching LV47 from LV45. But the 2 super-quality bodybuilding potions have been used up. Later, Song-Chi stayed in the market for several years, but only pushed the guiding technique to the peak of LV47, and there was no sign of breaking through LV48. Knowing that forced retreat was useless, Song-Chi did not dwell on it and directly left the all-attribute training room. Longji Continent, Qingwei Manor. Song-Chi quietly appeared in his bedroom, did not stay in the meridians for long, left the courtyard, quickly summoned the Tianxu Sanqiong, and rushed straight to Longji Divine Mountain. Not to find the ancestor. A few years ago, he returned to Longji Continent once, successfully obtained the 6th level moon spring from the ancestor, and exchanged it for the silver upgraded fire source. Now the original ancestor has successfully promoted to the silver fire seed, and the combat power of Akala has also been greatly sublimated. This time, Song-Chi was going to the Dragon Ridge secret realm to comprehend the sky which great handprint on the nameless and incomplete secret arts inheritance monument, including Death Star arrival and Death Star's swift explosion on the Star secret arts inheritance monument. Since the practice of the guiding technique has reached a bottleneck, forcing it to practice will only waste time. It is better to use this opportunity to practice a few secret arts. Dragon Ridge secret realm. On the waste of Longjing Mountain, Song-Chi's first goal is the Sky Witch Great Handprint, which is one of the most powerful space secret arts among the family's inherited secret arts. Although it is very difficult to practice, Song-Chi, who has the blessing of double pupils, is very confident. Just one sitting, it took 3 whole years. Grandpa, is this Dragon Wheel Mountain? On this day, 2 figures, one old and one young, arrived at the foot of Dragon Whale Mountain. The old man was an elder of the family who stayed in the ancestral land. The middle-aged man was named Song Hao, a new generation of 3rd level Xinhua captain in the family. Because he performed very well in this pioneering war, the harvest was also rich. Song Hao successfully transformed the power of the mind into the mind of the mind through a high-level soul resource that he obtained by accident. Look, this time the elder brought him here to comprehend the laws of the original secret realm, to accelerate the comprehension and accumulation of laws at the 3rd level. Pointing to a large area at the foot of Longjing Mountain, the elder explained, "This is Longjing Mountain, but you have not yet comprehended the laws, so it is only suitable to comprehend at the foot of the mountain, and wait until you have mastered the subsequent laws, to move towards the top of the mountain step by step. Xiaohao, you only have 10 years, and in these 10 years, to what extent you can comprehend a single law, and whether you can reach the secret arts inheritance area halfway up the mountain and comprehend 1 or 2 secret arts, it all depends on you. After saying that, the old man turned around and headed towards the entrance of the secret realm, no longer paying attention to Song Hao. Bowing to the old man, Song Hao turned around without hesitation and stepped onto the Dragon Whale Mountain in front of him. 20 days later, Song Hao stood up again from a trace of the Law of Light, with a smile on his face that was hard to hide. After 20 days, he finally succeeded in comprehending the Law of Light. In comparison, this speed is definitely very good, although the Law of Light is much easier to comprehend than the Law of Space. Don't forget that Song Hao does not have the assistance of the crystal of the Law of Light in his hand. In this way, this speed of comprehension is absolutely amazing. Suddenly, a violent spatial fluctuation was heard from the sky of the secret realm. Song Hao looked up, and his pupil shrank violently the next second. A large number of spatial laws were rapidly gathering above the sky of the Dragon Ridge secret realm. In the blink of an eye, these nearly materialized spatial laws condensed into a void handprint with a size of more than 5,000 meters. Under the impact of this void handprint, the sky of the original secret realm was surging with wind and clouds, and the entire environment of the secret realm was affected. The earth was shaking, and there was a sense of déjà vu of the destruction of the world. Is this an elder from the clan taking action? Song Hao muttered as his mind was churning. Then he saw a figure rising from the hillside of Longjing Mountain. A large number of spatial laws were flowing around the figure. When he raised his hand, the empty handprint on the sky was easily dispelled. Hearing the faint laughter coming from the sky, Song Hao, who turned around, immediately saluted. Congratulations, ancestor. As soon as the voice fell, a faint spatial fluctuation came from in front of him. When Song Hao raised his sight again, he saw a figure standing quietly in front of him. Oh! Before he could say the word ancestor, Song Hao's eyes fixed, recalling something. He quickly changed his words. Your Highness! Song Qi smiled and shook his head, but he didn't explain anything. Because of the pioneering war, although he had left the position, the family had not yet started to select the next generation sequence. With the end of the pioneering war, the selection and competition of the sequence was reopened recently. Strictly speaking, the new generation sequence of the Song family has not yet appeared. Scanning his eyes at the man in front of him, Song Qi's eyes flashed with interest. He recognized this person. It was he who provided the second piece of information about the neutron star debris. As a reward and investment, he also gave him and a girl several purple parts. Now it seems that this little guy did not disappoint. Not only did he become a cruiser captain, but he also comprehended the law at the 3rd level. You comprehended the Law of Light? How many days did it take to get started? Facing the question of Song Qi, who was already the captain of Zhulu, Song Hao naturally did not dare to hide it. 20 days to get started with the Law of Light. And you haven't used auxiliary items such as the Light Attribute Law Crystal yet? Song Qi's eyes flashed with a bright color. If it is true, Song Hao's talent in the Law of Light is a bit scary. Chapter 465 Return to the Fragments of the Fairyland Continent. According to some records of the family over the past thousands of years, being able to compress the time to learn the laws within 1 month without any auxiliary items, and relying only on the Dragon Ridge secret realm, can be considered quite talented. And these 20 days, the talent is absolutely amazing. You should know that Song Qi himself used a mid-level space attribute law crystal, and it took him 34 days to get started. The difficulty of understanding the law crystal and the space law offset each other, that is to say, if he does not use any assistance to understand the ordinary laws other than space and time, the approximate time is actually about 34 days. Compared to 20 days, the difference can be imagined. Thinking of this, Song Qi looked at Song Hao in front of him with a softer gaze. He had a hunch that this kid would most likely be selected into the next generation of the family. In addition, he had just started to learn the secret art of Sky Witch Great Handprint, and he was in a very good mood. So without thinking too much, he directly took out 5 light attribute law fruits from his body. This is the law fruit of light. Take it after you leave the Dragon Ridge secret realm this time. It should increase your law perception by 0.3%. But remember, it is only effective within 1% of the law perception. Thank you, Your Highness. Song Qi waved his hand. Without saying anything else, the space law surged between his legs, and he was already 1,000 meters away in a flash. At this time, Song Hao heard the last part of the voice. Keep working hard. Try to win the position of the family sequence of this generation. By the way, Is the girl who was with you at the beginning okay? Hearing this, Song Hao's face suddenly darkened. Song Ye died in this pioneering war. Song Qi sighed lightly, and did not speak again. In fact, this is the truth of this pioneering war. Not only the Song family, but all the forces participating in this pioneering war are like this, although they did win a lot of territory and resources. But the losses below are also real. Everything is built on iron and blood. The Song family was relatively good, equipped with a large number of Hellfire mechas. And the high-level combat power was also there. Like many forces under the jurisdiction of the Yaoan kingdom. Not only did the low-level clansmen suffer heavy losses, but there were also clans whose high-level members were wiped out in the self-explosion of the half-step 7th-level Jiexing clan. After leaving the Dragon Ridge secret realm, Song Qi quickly entered the market, and then returned to the Dragon Ridge city of Jiexing floating land through the market. He had just mastered the Sky Witch Great Handprint, and according to the original plan, he should have further comprehended the secret arts such as Death Jiexing Arrival and Death Jiexing Swift Explosion after continuing to master it. But the empty spirit body that stayed in Jiexing floating land received reports from the clansmen below. Jiexing floating land, public open area. Longji City, Longji commercial building, led by a first-level clansman, Song Qi came to a reception room on the 3rd floor of the commercial building. Soon, he saw the male 3rd-level Xianhua captain, who had been waiting in the room. According to the clan member who reported, he had dozens of drops of time marrow fluid in his hand. Song Qi still valued the time chest component. Not to mention that it was related to the mysterious time chessboard. Its universal cooling reduction feature was enough. After saying hello, Song Qi went straight to the point. Can you show me the time marrow liquid in your hand? The other party had always emphasized to the shop owners that he had dozens of drops of time marrow liquid in his hand. But he had never taken it out on his own initiative. It would be better to confirm it first, to save more time and effort later. The short and strong man opposite did not refuse, and quickly took out a small glass bottle. It is indeed time marrow liquid. 45 drops. What do you want to trade? After confirming that it was time marrow liquid, Song Qi took the initiative to ask the price. The short and strong 3rd-rank Xinhua captain seemed to have an idea. He quickly said, Dinkong Stone. I need a special resource like Dinkong Stone. Oh! Hearing that the other party wanted this special space resource, Song Qi let out a sigh. And at the same time, he had all kinds of guesses in his mind. Since he wanted Dinkong Stone, the other party obviously came to trade after some understanding. The Morwa's secret realm produces Dinkong Stone. Recently, the family has indeed taken out some Dinkong Stone as a special product of the store in order to attract customers. After thinking for a while, Song Qi gave a price. 2,000 tons of Dinkong Stone plus 200 strands of the 4th-level floating land origin. Although Dinkong Stone is not as demanding as time marrow fluid, only 1 drop is produced every 10,000 years. It is not a resource that can be mass-produced. The subsequent shops will also need to retain some for drainage purposes. He can't give out too much. The short and strong man's eyes flickered for a long time. And finally, after some bargaining, the price was finally set at 2,000 tons of Dinkong Stone, plus 300 strands of the 4th-level floating land origin. After the deal was done, both parties collected their belongings. Before the other party left, Song Qi asked tentatively, Do you still have this marrow fluid? Or can you get it again? Hearing his words, the short and strong man showed a hint of vigilance in his eyes. But after hesitating for a while, he nodded and said, I have a channel, and I can trade it to you first next time I get it. But if the quantity is large, you have to raise your bid. Okay. Song Qi nodded and agreed without hesitation. Anyway, it's always better to agree to it first. As for the fact that the Cultivation secret realm can also produce time marrow fluid, this is not contradictory. Time chess is only at the 3rd level at present. Even if the time marrow fluid accumulated in recent years, and the time marrow fluid just acquired in the transaction are added, it is likely to be strengthened to the 4th level. But this is still far from enough. If you want to strengthen time chess to the 6th or even 7th level, it is obviously not enough to rely solely on the production of Cultivation's secret realm drop by drop. It takes too long. Moreover, this is only a chess piece of time chess. If more time chess are found later, or even time chessboard, the time marrow fluid required will only be more terrifying. Song Qi is preparing for a rainy day. If no new time chess is found later, with the scarcity of time marrow fluid, it can be used at any time. After sending the other party away, Song-Chi went back to the market and strengthened the time chest component to level 40. So far, the cooling reduction provided by this component has reached 35%. After that, he did not return to the Dragon Ridge continent, but suddenly thought of the fragment of the Fairyland continent. Now that Rosetta Morningstar has become the official Star Destroyer captain, she may be able to tear the Fairyland continent fragment shield with her own strength. Although this was just his guess, it was quite possible. After all, he was the Star Destroyer captain, a great being that could rival or even surpass the beings that dominate the Broken Star Sea. So Song-Chi's idea was very simple. While Rosetta Morningstar had not yet completely consolidated her own strength, while she was still dealing with the newly established Morningstar Kingdom and the newly promoted immortal clan of the Morningstar family, she could not spare time. So he explored the fragments of the immortal continent first. He did what he said. After entering the Jutian market, Song-Chi directly went to the fragments of the immortal continent through the space anchor point left in the Spirit Beast's secret realm, and started a new exploration of the fragments of the immortal continent. In fact, he still has high expectations for this fragment of the Fairyland continent. For now, the highest quality item he has obtained from this fragment seems to be a red epic item. As a place where silver quality items have appeared, he does not think that all the good things have been plundered. Rushing out of the Spirit Beast's secret realm, Song-Chi quickly arrived at the fragment of the Fairyland continent outside. But before starting the exploration, he still has one thing to do. Stepping to the Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation secret realm part, his figure quickly disappeared. Cultivation secret realm, level 6 silver apple mother tree under. Looking up at the 6 level silver apples that have matured again, Song-Chi picked them one by one. When he returned to the warship, he had 4 more level 6 silver apples. As for the target of these 4 silver apples, Song-Chi first determined the Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier tree. As a space attribute soldier, the Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier has an extremely keen perception of hidden space fluctuations, array patterns, etc., and is also the key to the subsequent exploration of the fragments of the Fairyland continent. After the first silver apple successfully evolved the Void Shadow Killing Clan Warrior tree component to red quality, Song-Chi directly strengthened it to the 6th level. There was no need to think too much about the second one. Song-Chi chose the Tai Soul Calming Monument. This component and the Spirit Summoning Demon Puppet component can both provide protection for his mind. Although his Fire Seed has now been promoted to silver, it has more resistance to external soul attacks. But no one would complain about too many protective measures. As for the 3rd and 4th ones, this made Song-Chi feel troubled. There are no less than 20 orange parts on the Tianqiu Sanqiong, so it is very easy to choose from them. After some consideration, he finally selected a few parts. Brainwave Remote Control System, Plasma Guardian, Life System Medical Repair Cabin, Sky Breaking Cone, Escape Bead, Abnormal State Purifier, Atom Repair Device. However, there are still 7 parts, which still need to be eliminated. Brainwave Remote Control System, the current control distance is still sufficient, so it is eliminated. Escape Bead, with the Angel Wing Escape feature of Angel King's wings, the ability of Flash Escape is still sufficient for now, so it is excluded. Atomic Repair Device, with the Silver Repair component Last Blessing, it is still sufficient, so it is excluded. After eliminating many components again, only 2 are left in front of him. Plasma Guardian and Sky Breaking Cone. Song-Chi did not hesitate, and both components quickly evolved to red quality, and were strengthened to the 6th level together. First of all, Plasma Guardian is for the safety of the captain, which goes without saying. As for Sky Breaking Cone, it can not only break the floating land shield, the battleship shield, etc., but also has a great effect on the hidden array patterns that may exist on the fragments of the Fairyland continent. If used well, it can greatly shorten the exploration time of the fragments of the Fairyland continent. After everything is ready, Song-Chi controls the Tianqiu Sanqiong and officially begins a comprehensive exploration of the fragments of the Fairyland continent. With the improved eyes of the soul and the current defense of Tianqiu Sanqiong, Song-Chi's exploration was very smooth. After all, there was no need to be as cautious as before. Golden Energy Shield, Silver Hull Armor, Black Hole Thermotropic Layer, Golden Angel Kingship Wings. With the joint protection of these high-quality components, Tianqiu Sanqiong could escape unscathed even if it was caught in the center of the outbreak of the Mark of Law. After all, not only the Black Hole Evolution Layer had already been strengthened to the 6th level during this period, with the help of the power of his family and his subordinates, he also acquired the blood of many angels of various levels, and now the Angel Kingship Wings has been strengthened to level 50. On this day, the Tianxu Sangqiong was exploring. But the 6th level Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors, who had been sent out earlier, reported new discoveries. Well, they discovered a new hidden array pattern again, compared with a large array of the Lichen Spiritual Medicine Garden in the Lichen Sect ruins. The location of this array pattern was not far from the boundary of the Immortal Realm Continental Fragment, and it was the boundary that was cut open abruptly. After discovering this, Song Qi immediately became very interested. As for the reason, this fragment of the fairyland continent was cut off from the complete fairyland continent. This means that in the unknown years, the aftermath of the battle between the powerful fell on the floating land. And the point where the aftermath fell was exactly where the boundary was cut. From this point, it is not difficult to infer that the closer to the boundary cutting line, the stronger the power that must be endured at the beginning. And the formation pattern that can be preserved in this area that can be regarded as the most central area of the attack. Its quality must be the highest. In comparison, the protective formation of the Lichen Spirit Medicine Garden is likely to be far inferior. Without thinking any more, Song Qi controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong and headed in the direction indicated by the Void Shadow Killer Clan's terracotta warriors. Boom boom boom! Not long after, a circle of ancient array patterns, with a not very large diameter, completely appeared from the void under the coverage of the Tianxu Sangqiong's artillery fire. Song Qi's face showed a strange color, but he was not disappointed by the small size of the array pattern. Instead, he showed full of expectations and curiosity, because the brilliance revealed on the array pattern in front of him was not the pale white of ordinary array patterns, but a tricolor color. Just one glance made people clearly feel its uniqueness, suppressing the emotions in his heart. A red light soon shot out from the Tianxu Sangqiong, the light of breaking the sky stimulated by the sky-breaking cone. After evolving to red quality, the shield-breaking effect of this component was even better than before. But the final result was not ideal. The light of breaking the sky only stimulated a circle of shallow ripples on the three-color array curtain. If Song Qi had not activated his double pupils, he would hardly be able to catch the slight changes in the array curtain. Seeing this scene, his heart, which was originally full of expectations, suddenly cooled down. He had seen the effect of the sky-breaking cone before, with the current red quality sky-breaking cone, even when facing the floating land shield of the 6th level floating land. I am afraid that there will be more than just this slight reaction. Chapter 466 Inherited Battleship. Song Qi's mind quickly returned to normal. The stronger the power of the tricolor array, although it means that it will take more time to wear it out later, but at the same time, it also means that its quality is higher, and the items that may be left inside are more precious. Thinking of this, his interest is even greater than before. With a change of mind, all the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers and Fallen Angel soldiers that were released before were taken back, and then the Tianxu Sangqiong quickly rose to the sky. When they were far enough away, the 3 cannons at the bow, 1 main and 2 secondary, began to gather light at the same time. When the 3 parts of All Souls Destruction Bow, Tai Quantum Sword Light Battery, and Soul Destroying Pupil Light Cannon were charging, Song Qi thought for a moment, then bound the All Souls Destruction Bow part to the Black Hole Evolution layer, and invested 1,000 points of Black Hole energy in its next bombardment. After the Black Hole Evolution layer was strengthened to the 6th level, its Black Hole energy pool was increased to 10,000 points. The maximum Black Hole energy used to trigger the collapse effect at a time can reach 1,000 points. This time he fully cooperated with the All Souls Destruction Bow, the super main gun. After the energy was fully stored, the 3 cannons fired one after another. Light beams, sword lights, and arrows. 3 different types of energy fell on the 3-color array curtain below. Unlike the light that broke through the air caused by the sky-breaking cone before, this time the outer layer of the array curtain exploded violently, and the energy shock waves spread in all directions, causing strong ripples on the array curtain. However, when the aftermath dissipated, the array curtain in front of Song Qi did not change at all. Compared with the light that broke through the air before, it seemed to be even worse. Fortunately, the space collapse effect derived from 1,000 points of black hole energy has not disappeared, and is still being consumed, impacting the 3-color array curtain. Even if the naked eye cannot see the change in the power of the array curtain, it is still consuming its power. Unfortunately, the stability of the space on the fragment of the fairyland continent seems to be even better than the 7th level floating land. The space collapse effect derived from 1,000 points of black hole energy is not good. Only a small part of the space is completely collapsed. And the area connected to the array curtain is even smaller. Song Chi's expression remained unchanged. But his eyes were fixed. Under his control, the Tianqiu Sangqiong was pulled up again. Just now, it was just a normal attack of 3 cannons. Next, he would activate the attack characteristics of the 3. The resulting explosion aftermath would only be stronger. The current position of the Tianqiu Sangqiong was still unsafe. After it was pulled up for a long distance again, the 3 cannons at the bow also began to accumulate energy again. But compared to the previous one, this time the movement was much louder. The blazing soul-destroying beam, the quantum sword light phantom with a length of tens of thousands of meters, and the annihilation arrow flashing with the ultimate silver light. Not enough, Song Chi shouted softly, and then his mind was completely transferred to the black hole evolution layer. The remaining 9,000 black hole energies in the black hole energy pool were divided into 2 by him, 1,000 of which were used to trigger the second collapse effect, and the other 8,000 points were gathered, compressed, and finally turned into a singular point. This singular point was transferred to the Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort, and it will be stimulated together with the next explosion of the true immortal Quantum Sword Light. The reason why Song Chi did not choose the super main gun bow of all souls was that his consideration was that its arrow of annihilation of life mainly affected the vitality of carbon-based creatures, and its effect on the array pattern might not be too strong. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 terrifying attack characteristics condensed the cannon attacks almost at the same time, roaring all the way down, and rushing straight to the 3-color array curtain. Boom! The terrifying energy shock almost spread throughout the entire fragment of the fairyland continent. Although the origin rules contained in this fragment are strong, its diameter is only more than 1,000 kilometers after all. At most it is the level of a 3rd-level floating land, and the area is not very large. In the violent explosion shock wave, the singularity gathered by 800 points of black hole energy also suddenly exploded at this moment, and turned into a micro black hole in a very short time. Zzz. Under the terrifying mass compression of the micro black hole, the surrounding space collapsed at a very fast speed. Even if the space stability of the fragments of the fairyland continent under the feet is extremely high, when facing a micro black hole, it still cannot prevent the formation of a large-scale space collapse. The collapsed space is spreading rapidly, which naturally and inevitably conflicts with the 3-color formation curtain, and the 2 begin to collide violently for a while. At this moment, Song Chi finally saw the obvious changes in the light and darkness of the 3-color array curtain below. No matter how powerful it was also shaken when facing a micro black hole's close impact. But unfortunately, the micro black hole formed by the energy singularity did not exist all the time. Not long after, it dissipated due to the exhaustion of the black hole energy inside. Looking at the dimness of the 3-color array curtain, another 10 times may be able to completely wipe it out. Muttering, Song Chi frowned. The black hole energy pool is easy to say. With the continuous energy supply of the Golden Engine antimatter energy evolution engine, it does not need to absorb external attack energy, and its own energy accumulation speed is not slow. The key lies in the feature of black hole singularity explosion. The cooling time of this feature is as long as 5 years. In addition to the reduction of time chess, he just activated Zen Seal inner speed at the first time, but the cooling time is still as long as 8.5 months. In addition, it takes 9 to 10 times to guarantee the minimum. In other words, it will take at least 6 years to completely break it. This time is not long, if there are no other factors. Song Chi can accept it, but the problem now is that he is not sure if he still has so much time. If Rosetta Morningstar arrives earlier, then everything will be in vain. After thinking for a long time, it seems that a decision has been made. The Tianqiu Sangqiong was recalled. Song Chi himself was suspended in the sky for a moment under the influence of the nether energy, and then suddenly disappeared in the next second. In the Tianqiu market, without staying for long, Song Chi's figure disappeared again soon, and when he appeared again, he was already on the Dragon Ridge continent. After summoning the ship, he rushed straight to the Dragon Ridge mountain again. But this time, the target was no longer the Dragon Ridge secret realm, but the place where the ancestors of the ancestral temple were in seclusion. Star Destroyer? Deep inside the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, the Song family ancestral hall, Song Wujian looked at Song Chi with surprise, and then quickly said, "Shao Chi, you should be talking about the part that Ding Bang used to temporarily transform the secondary Star Destroyer. Right? Song Chi nodded, and it was this part that he wanted to borrow this time. He had seen Song Ding Bang use it once before, and instantly killed a star robber of the 7th order half-step on the spot, which left a deep impression on him. In order to quickly finish the destruction of the 3-color formation curtain, the first thing he thought of was this family trump card part. I thought the ancestor would hesitate. But Song Wujiang answered very quickly. He waved and threw a token-like thing to Song Chi, and then said, just go to the number 2 inheritance battleship room. That part is loaded on the family's number 2 inheritance battleship. If it's not enough, there is also a gold-quality advanced version of Star Destroyer's Fury that can be borrowed. Song Chi's smile was particularly bright when he left the ancestral temple. The ancestor's action obviously completely included him in the list of the most core members of the family. Of course, it was worth celebrating for Song Chi. Arriving at the family battleship inheritance room, Song Chi paused. Before this, he had only known about the number 1 battleship inheritance room, which was the 4th level inheritance Yulu warship equipped with the 3-eyed solid soul ring components. This was the first time he had heard of the number 2 battleship inheritance room. When he entered the cave where the inheritance room was located, a stone door covered with mysterious law patterns blocked Song Chi's way. However, after taking out the token given by Song Wujiang, the ancient stone door quickly opened. Soon after entering the stone door, a battleship with a length of 10,000 meters came into view. Obviously, the 2nd warship inherited by the family is a battleship. Song Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, and thought to himself, as expected, the family really has a lot of hidden background in the dark. Before he could continue to think about it, an old voice came from the battleship in front. What's the matter? After coming back to his senses, Song Chi bowed respectfully, replying to the ancestors, my grandson came to borrow the 2 parts of secondary Star Destroyer and Star Destroyer. Maybe because of the token in his hand. The old voice in the battleship in front did not ask too many questions. The hatch opened quickly, and 2 parts, 1 silver and 1 gold, were thrown out one after another. After receiving the 2 parts, Song Chi took a quick look. Star Destroyer Fury LV-70. Quality, gold. Unique feature, Mimicry Star Destroyer Fury. Mimicry Star Destroyer Fury. Activate this feature, the next attack of the simulated Star Destroyer will have 100% of the power of the regular Golden Star Destroyer when the attack feature is activated, but after this bombardment, the turret will immediately exit the simulated Star Destroyer form. Secondary Star Destroyer Fury LV-60. Quality, silver. Unique feature, Mimicry Secondary Star Destroyer Fury. Because it was the first time that he saw the attributes of these 2 parts as the family's trump card parts, Song Chi's eyes were obviously surprised. Compared with conventional parts, the properties of these 2 parts are obviously different. But through the introduction of their properties, Song Chi also understood why they were so powerful. Moreover, this heritage battleship is obviously also loaded with non-destructive unloading parts similar to the 3-eyed soul-fixing ring, and there is no need to go to the number 1 battleship inheritance room. However, Song Chi guessed that the single unloading quantity should be far less than the 3-eyed soul-fixing ring, or it can only be used internally and not externally. Otherwise the 3-eyed soul-fixing ring would not be so valued in the clan. After another respectful sound, Song Chi left the number 2 battleship inheritance room. The fragment of the fairyland continent. Song Chi's figure appeared out of thin air above the sky again. When the Tianchu Sangqiong was summoned, he immediately loaded the secondary Star Destroyer's Fury component onto the battleship. The current enhancement level of this component is only LV-60, and the Tianchu Sangqiong can be loaded normally. But the LV-70 Star Destroyer's Fury is different. Once loaded, it will drop directly back to LV-69 due to the current level of the Tianchu Sangqiong, and it is irreversible, and the resources spent on the previous enhancement will not be returned. Therefore, Song Chi is unwilling to load it unless it is absolutely necessary. According to the instructions of the unknown ancestor in the previous heritage battleship, the enhancement level of the 2 parts can be retained for 2 months. Therefore, in these 2 months, Song Chi will try his best to test the effect of secondary Star Destroyer's Fury. If it is within an acceptable range, he will return this Golden Star Destroyer's Fury part in advance. Although there is only 1 level difference between LV-69 and LV-70, this 1 level requires not only the 7th level floating land origin, but also a Master's True Spirit. If it can be saved, Song Chi naturally does not want to be a sucker. You have to know that he has fought for his life and death. And now he has only accumulated 8 Master True Spirits in his hand. Thinking that secondary Star Destroyer's fury has been loaded, he is not in a hurry to activate this component. Now the black hole energy pool is empty, and it will not be too late to act after the energy is recharged. Anyway, with the antimatter energy evolution engine, it will not be delayed for long. More than 10 days later, the energy pool of black hole evolution layer was refilled. On this day, the bow of the Tianxu Sanqiong ship, which was quietly hovering in the sky, was shining with silver light. The all-spirit destruction bow, which was originally in the form of a super main gun, was transformed into a Star Destroyer cannon that looked like a Star Destroyer. In the battleship's main control room, Song Qi did not hesitate at all and directly started charging the attack of this secondary Star Destroyer. Of course, it was just ordinary shelling charging, not the mimetic secondary Star Destroyer's Fury feature. After transforming into a secondary Star Destroyer, this turret had 10 subsequent shelling opportunities, and each shot had 1/10 of the power of a normal attack of a Silver Star Destroyer of the same level, which was almost comparable to the attack characteristics of an ordinary 6th level main gun. Song Qi would naturally not waste this. After all, once the mimetic secondary Star Destroyer's Fury feature is activated, it will directly exit the secondary Star Destroyer form after one shot, and the effectiveness must be maximized. Boom! After dozens of seconds, the secondary Star Destroyer cannon was fully charged, and the Star Destroyer fire with a terrifying diameter roared out. It landed on the 3-color array below, and triggered a circle of violent ripples. After that, Song Qi fired 8 shots in succession. So far, this secondary Star Destroyer cannon only had one last chance to strike. Mimetic secondary Star Destroyer's Fury activated. Song Qi finally activated the only feature of this simulated secondary Star Destroyer cannon, and the next moment, a terrifying beam of light with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers slowly gathered at the bow of the Tianxu Sanqiong. After a long period of energy storage, this star-destroying beam with a terrifying diameter suddenly pierced through. Buzz! Wherever the beam passed, clearly visible space cracks followed. Under the capture of Song Qi's double pupils, this star-destroying beam collided with the 3-color array curtain below. Then came the overwhelming energy shock wave. After more than 10 minutes, this terrifying energy shock wave completely dissipated. Song Qi's sight quickly moved down, and when it landed on the 3-color array curtain below again, a ray of joy visible to the naked eye appeared in his eyes. The attack characteristics of this Superstar Destroyer cannon are amazing. With just this one shot, it has consumed more than half of the power of the 3-color array curtain. At this moment, the brilliance above the array curtain below has dimmed by half. Song Qi estimated that there may be 3 or 4 more singular point explosions in the future, and that will be about the same. Thinking of this, he did not think much about it, and directly returned the Golden Star Destroyer's Fury part. Chapter 467 Corpse of the Immortal. Although Star Destroyer's Fury was returned, the secondary Star Destroyer's Fury did not. This component has been loaded on the Tianxu Sanqiong, so there is no need to worry about the component level being reset to 0. Of course, the key is to be able to complete the attack on the 3-color array faster. The cooling time of this component is 10 years. With the assistance of Time Chess and Po Shizhen Seal, this time can be compressed to 17 months. That is to say, if this component is kept, it will only take 1.5 years for him to completely break the 3-color array. In comparison, relying solely on the black hole singularity rapid explosion feature would take at least 2 to 3 years. So Song Qi would naturally prefer the shorter one. Time passed, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Jiexing Floating Land, Longji City. At the entrance of Longji's shop, a dense crowd lined up in an orderly manner, and entered the shop in an orderly manner to shop. Because of the full support of the Song family, and Song Qi also sent a large number of price difference resources purchased from the Shutian market to the shop, a wide variety of goods, and a price that was half a cent lower than the market price. Under these factors, the current Longji shop has become one of the best in the entire public open area. On this basis, and the order in Longji City has always been maintained very well, this has led to a continuous increase in the number of visitors to Longji City. It is precisely because of this that, in just a few years, other cities in the public area have inevitably been affected. On the 5th floor of a hotel not far from the Longji commercial building, 2 men stared at the dense crowd below the Longji building through the French windows. It can be seen that there is a special isolation space formed by the psionic energy around the 2 men. In this isolation space, what they say will not be captured by the outside world at all. What do you mean? Have the ancestors of the clan agreed? Look carefully. Everyone has come to Dragon Ridge City. If this continues, how can Whitefrost Castle operate? Hearing this, another man said, Third brother, don't be impulsive. The ancestors have already agreed. But we can't do this ourselves. The Song family has a flagship of the Three-Eye clan. If they really take revenge, the ancestors can't stand it. This is easy. I just happen to have the right person. Okay, but we have to plan it carefully. Make sure it's done without anyone noticing. Then let the Song family be happy for a while. Soon I will ruin their reputation and wipe out their credibility. 1 year later, the fragments of the fairyland continent. Today is the day to reveal all the answers behind this formation. I hope you won't let me down. Seeing that the secondary Star Destroyer's Fury components had completely completed buffering, Song-Chi smiled. In the past year or so, in addition to letting the Abyss Devil lead his slave creature army to continue attacking the three-color formation, Song-Chi himself did not waste time here. Instead, he drove the Tianxut Sangqiong to carefully search the entire Immortal Realm continent fragments. There were some gains, including several red and silver treasures, but none suitable for the Tianxut Sangqiong. In comparison, the things behind the three-color array curtain attracted him more. As soon as the buffer of secondary Star Destroyer's Fury was completed, he rushed over immediately. Just like last time, after activating the components, he first fired 9 shots, and then activated the only characteristic. Give it to me. Fire! With a light roar, a Star Destroyer beam with a diameter of thousands of kilometers shot out. In the violent energy surge, the three-color array curtain gradually dimmed. Before the aftermath of the Star Destroyer beam completely dissipated, Song-Chi seemed to hear a faint crackling sound. When he lowered his sight again, he saw that the three-color array curtain had completely disappeared. But the joy did not last for 2 seconds. Song-Chi's eyes condensed, and doubts rose in his heart. Is this a mountain? Looking at the small hill below that appeared in his field of vision after the three-color array curtain dissipated, Song-Chi was speechless for a moment. However, based on his affirmation of the three-color array curtain, he did not make a judgment too hastily. Swish! The hatch opened, and dozens of Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers and Fallen Angel soldiers rushed out. And under the command of Song-Chi's 3 brainwave marks, they rushed straight to the small hill below. Surrounded by dozens of terracotta warriors, through the perspective of brainwave imprints, Song-Chi saw the whole picture of this small hill. But there was still doubt in his eyes. After searching for more than 10 minutes, he still did not find anything special about this small hill. At first, he thought there was some hidden array pattern on the mountain, and controlled a group of terracotta warriors to continue to explore every part of the mountain with puppet bodies, but he really did not find any abnormality. Afterwards, he suppressed his temper, and summoned the Flame Giant, the Cyclops Giant, and the Abyss Devil, and let them try to move or lift this small hill. But the weird thing happened again. With the towering bodies of the Flame Giant and the Cyclops now exceeding 100,000 meters, let alone a small hill of less than 100 meters, even if it was 10 times higher, it would probably be shaken, but at this moment, the 3 of them could not move the hill at all. Based on this discovery, Song-Chi's interest was rekindled. After all, this meant that the hill was not as ordinary as it seemed on the surface, and there must be secrets hidden in it. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's eyes swept over the 3 components of All-Spirit Destruction Bow, Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort, and Soul-Destroying Pupil Light Cannon, and he had the urge to let the 3 of them unleash a round of firepower. But in the end, reason made him give up this impulse. Could it be a special formation? 5 elements, 8 trigrams, etc.? Or do we need to enter from underground? Various speculations kept emerging in his mind, and he asked the puppet soldiers to dig 3 feet into the ground, and tried from underground, until half a month later. On this day, Song-Chi withdrew from a new market transaction, and he had an extra yellow book in his hand. The yellow book was called Hongwang Baizhenlu, and it was deliberately traded from Zhou Ping by Song-Chi in the identity of the Blue Blood clan. While flipping through the pages, he looked at the small hill below. After a few seconds, his sight was fixed on a certain page of the book. Name, Mountain Cave. Array patterns included, Great 3 Talents Array, Big Dipper Locking Mountain Array. Note, a portable cave that ancient cultivators loved the most. After being folded up, it can be transformed into a palm-sized stone, which is convenient for carrying. After being put down, it will be transformed into a mountain cave, which is a must-have for traveling. Note 2, This magic weapon contains a defensive array pattern. If attacked, it will definitely generate an attack array at the first time. Low-level portable caves are okay. But if they are returned to the void, they are left by immortals. They are often the immortal killing array. Once trapped in it, your life will be in danger. Note 3. If the cave is ownerless, it can be opened from the outside. The method is putting down the yellow book. Song-Chi was able to confirm that the small hill below was the mountain cave mentioned in the records by the ancient cultivators. After calming down, Song-Chi did not let the Tianxu Sanqiong fall, but instead pulled it further upwards. At the same time, under the control of the brain wave imprint, dozens of terracotta warriors began to try to open the mountain cave according to the method recorded in the book. Through the three-color formation curtain before, Song-Chi concluded that the former owner of this mountain cave was at least a master-level existence. Well, in the name of the immortal cultivation system, it should be called an immortal. Therefore, Song-Chi had to be cautious. If a creature of this level were to be dominated, if there were any tricks left behind, it would be a threat to his life now. When the Tianxu Sanqiong had pulled away enough, the terracotta warriors below finally followed the method and successfully opened a small entrance and exit door on the hill. Controlling dozens of terracotta warriors to quickly rush into the door, Song-Chi also saw another scene soon. The interior space of this hill was obviously different. It didn't look big on the outside, but the interior was no less than 1,000 square meters, with bedrooms, meditation rooms, alchemy rooms, etc. Song-Chi rushed into the alchemy room first. But the room was empty, and he found nothing. Then he controlled another fallen angel soldier to rush into the meditation room. Until then, Song-Chi in the main control room of Tianxu Sanqiong showed a hint of expression on his face. Through the perspective of the fallen angel soldier, he saw an object emitting silver light in the meditation room. Cushion? The object emitting silver light was a round cushion placed on the ground. But its specific properties could not be detected through brain wave imprints. Song-Chi had been prepared for this. He saw a soul summoning mark float out of the hands of the fallen angel soldiers. When the mark merged into the cushion, Song-Chi activated the soul summoning demon puppet component on the warship. After a slight spatial fluctuation, the cushion emitting dazzling silver light appeared in the warship. Controlling the soldiers below to continue exploring the cave space, Song-Chi separated part of his mind. After a while, an attribute panel appeared in front of him. Wonderful item, enlightenment cushion imitation. Quality, silver. Transformable, enlightenment cushion fake. Note, the enlightenment cushion made by the immortal Zhui Ming in the fairyland continent. Sitting on it can have a certain understanding and blessing of various laws and secrets of the Star Sea. By chance, it turned into a silver legendary quality Star Sea wonder. A fake enlightenment cushion. Song-Chi was in a good mood. Although this thing was just a fake enlightenment cushion, it was made by an immortal who could rival the living beings in the Sea of Stars, so the effect could not be bad. If he loads it in the market later, it will surely increase his speed of understanding the two laws. Retracting his thoughts, Song-Chi turned his attention back to the cave house on the hill below. As the puppet soldier searched everywhere, no other noteworthy items appeared later. Now only the most important one is left, the private bedroom of the cave house. Bang! He opened the stone door of the bedroom with difficulty, but when Song-Chi saw the scene behind the stone door, his eyes narrowed, and a trace of doubt flashed in his heart. In the bedroom, on the wooden bed facing the door, a figure was sitting cross-legged. He was wearing a Taoist robe. Although he had no life force, and had been dead in this mountain cave for tens of thousands of years, his body was not decayed at all. However, even though he knew that the Taoist had been dead for many years, Song-Chi still did not relax his vigilance. He knew a lot about the extraordinary beings such as the immortal cultivators, and was also very clear about their mysterious methods. But when he thought that he was controlling it remotely, he felt relieved. He controlled the fallen angel soldiers and the Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers to slowly enter the bedroom. Swoosh! A flying feather shot out from the dark wings behind the fallen angel soldiers, and landed accurately on the body of the Taoist in front. But in the end, only a sizzling sound was heard. Just as Song-Chi had thought before, this Taoist must have been a master-level immortal in his life. Even if he did not focus on body training, a master-level body could not be harmed by the pseudo-6th level fallen angel soldiers. However, Song-Chi was not concerned about this. He stared at the Taoist's face with his fully activated pupils. Seeing that he did not react at all, he continued to control the soldiers to attack. A few minutes later, after many tests, Song Chi was basically sure that there was no life wave in this Taoist. Seeing this, he asked the puppet soldier to carry him. After leaving the mountain cave, Song Chi still did not relax his vigilance. This was a former immortal, comparable to the master of the Broken Star Sea. When the puppet soldier walked out of the mountain cave, there was already a 4th level Jiexing clan waiting outside. This Jiexing clan held 2 things in his hand: a storage capsule and a market walking order. When the 4th level Jiexing clan approached, Song Chi asked the Abyss Demon clan to remotely instruct them to put the Taoist corpse into the storage capsule, and then activate the market walking order. As for himself, after taking back the Tianxu Sanqiong, he also quickly entered the market, the 3rd floor of the inn. As a market walking room was opened, Song Chi, who was surrounded by the power of domination, took the storage capsule out from the 4th level Jiexing clan, the free stall area of the market. Song Chi boarded the Tianxu Sanqiong first, and as for the storage capsule, it was now held in the hands of another 4th level Jiexing clan. Following his instructions, the storage capsule was slowly opened, and soon the body of the Taoist was taken out of it and quietly placed on the ground in the free stall area. At the same time, Song Chi in the main control room of Tianxu Sanqiong mobilized the power of the master in his body with all his strength, and the shadow of the double pupils in his pupils appeared. Under his full urging, the double pupils stared straight at the body of the Taoist. He always looked up to the immortal cultivators, because there were many people with amazing talents who followed this extraordinary system. If you really meet such a ruthless character, it is very easy to be calculated by him, or even killed. What's more, the corpse in front of him was a corpse of an immortal. Even though he had been dead for tens of thousands of years, he still subconsciously didn't want to touch it with his own hands. In the novels of previous lives, the word's possession could not be avoided at all. This was exactly what Song Chi was worried about. However, with the power of the double pupil and the power of the master added to his body, he believed that even an existence of the level of an immortal would be exposed. Originally, it was just a safety measure, but as his sight converged, Song Chi's eyes narrowed sharply. Before he could react, a faint light had already rushed out from the forehead of the corpse in front of him, and shot straight at the Tianxu Sanqiong. Chapter 468 Black Mother Chi Stone of All Things and Meteoric Spear. Song Chi was shocked, but his reaction was not slow, or he was mentally prepared for this. Why was he so cautious? Why did he wait until the Shutian market to investigate the Taoist's body in detail? Isn't it because he is in the Shutian market, he has the power of the 7th level master? If it were in the outside world, even if he was inside the Tianxu Sanqiong, facing this swift and violent black light, Song Chi would not be able to react. But this is a market under his feet. He is the master of the rules of the market in the heavens, and he also has the status of a master. So the result is that at the moment when the black light was shot out, the infinite perfect rules of the market were crushed under Song Chi's control. Under the rule of the entire market's secret realm, the black light that burst out from the Taoist's body was tightly bound and suppressed. But the development of the situation did not stop because of this. I don't know what this black light shot out from the Taoist's body is. It is too weird. Even with the full suppression of the 7th level peak rules, his resistance did not stop. The black light that was originally the size of a fingernail suddenly became brighter. And then Song Chi felt that the blockade cage formed by the rules of the market's secret realm was shaking violently. At a certain moment, a phantom that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye emerged from the cage. Song Chi used all his strength to activate his double pupils. Under the shadow of the double pupils that materialized in his eyes, he clearly captured this phantom. At the same time, a golden light emerged from the body of the Tianxu Sanqiong. The phantom stagnated, and time froze. Under the control of Zen Seal outer time stop, this unknown phantom was completely solidified on the spot. The next second, Song Chi used the power of domination in his body to frantically drive the shadow of the double pupils in his eyes. For a moment, the world seemed to be reversed, and a vast force of absorption acted on the unknown phantom. Perhaps because of its extraordinary status, the time-stopping effect derived from the golden component Posha Zen Seal only made the phantom freeze for less than a second, and it quickly got rid of the time-stopping state again. However, when it turned around, it found that the place it was in was no longer the previous market, but a completely unfamiliar dark space. Above the dark sky, a pair of huge double pupils hung high, looking down at the phantom itself. This is the illusion of double pupils. No! There seemed to be a roar coming from the illusion, but Song Chi ignored it. Through the illusion created by the double pupils, he had completely seen through the true face of the illusion. It was exactly as he had thought before. It was a soul, or the residual soul of that Taoist. If nothing unexpected happened, the other party's action just now was to take over the body. But he never expected that. Song Chi actually had the status of the master in this secret place of the market. The illusion of double pupils created by the power of the master is the most effective against this kind of soul creatures. Because in this illusion, Song Chi's own mental power is infinitely magnified, while the enemy units are just the opposite, and their souls are greatly suppressed. With the addition and subtraction of the two, Song Chi is already in an invincible position. Without talking about those things, 2 rays of divine light shot out from the depths of the double pupils above the sky, and the divine light shot down and accurately landed on the residual soul of the immortal. Ah! Only screams were heard. But Song Chi had no mercy at all, and the pupil light shot out, and soon the residual soul of the immortal was completely wiped out. He knew very well that, facing a remnant soul of a master-level immortal, being kind to him would be cruel to himself. When the consciousness of the remnant soul of the immortal was completely wiped out, a large number of crystal fragments were left in the space of the double pupil illusion. Out of curiosity, Song Chi took a small piece of the fragment. The next second, he felt that there were a lot of memories that did not belong to him in his mind. Tianming Xianzong Tianming Sinan Jueming Xian Ren Zian Duzi Baichen Daozhou in Xianyu continent. A series of broken, completely incoherent memories filled his mind. And even under the influence of these fragmented memories, Song Chi felt that his mental power was slowly improving. Is this the fragmentary memory fragments of that Taoist's life? Looking at the large number of crystal fragments left below, Song Chi had a rough guess about it at the first time, and was basically certain. Thinking, the double pupils above the sky once again shot out a powerful absorption force. But this time, he did not want to merge all these memory fragments. In the main control room of Tianshu Sangqiong, Song Chi collected all the memory fragments he had absorbed, and then rubbed his dizzy head. He planned to absorb these memory fragments slowly in the future. He had just absorbed such a small piece, but it brought such a heavy burden to his mind, which had already reached the state of 1 mind and 35 functions. It was conceivable that the memories of these immortals were not so easy to absorb, and he had to do it slowly. Moreover, he was not too interested in the memory fragments in these fragments. The immortal named Zhui Ming had mostly information related to the fairyland continent in his memory. But now, he had no idea where the fairyland continent was. So it was useless even if he learned some important information. In comparison, he valued its benefits to the power of the mind more. In addition, these memory fragments also contain a large number of master true spirits, and it will take some time to extract them all. After processing these memory fragments, Song Chi quickly turned his sight back to the body of the life chaser, who was still sitting quietly on the ground in the freestyle area in front of him. A pair of double pupils carefully examined the body of the immortal several times. After confirming that there was no other means of hiding on the body, Song Chi called on the 4th level Jiexing clan next to him to carry it onto the warship. In the cabin of Tianshu Sangqiong, Song Chi looked at the corpse of the immortal in front of him with fiery eyes. This is a complete corpse of a dominant creature. Even though it has been extinct for countless tens of thousands of years, its body is still covered with a large number of traces of profound laws of the perfect level. Just by comprehending these traces of laws, coupled with the imitation enlightenment cushion obtained earlier, the speed of comprehending the laws will be improved in all aspects. In addition, when Tianshu Sangqiong attacks the Star Destroyer in the future, a drop of dominant blood can be extracted from the corpse in advance, greatly increasing the success rate of the battleship's promotion. These are not the most important things. Whether it is to improve the speed of law perception or to attack the Star Destroyer after who knows how many years, they all seem too illusory. In comparison, Song Chi's eyes have always stayed on the storage bag on the side of the immortal's body. Although it looks ordinary, this is a storage bag left by an immortal who can rival the creatures of the Broken Star Sea. There must be a lot of good things left in it. I won't say too much. There must be a few golden holy treasures. Right? If you are lucky, you may get black supreme treasures, or even better than black. However, despite his enthusiasm, Song Chi did not rashly reach out to touch it, but still let the 4th level Jiexing tribe beside him to do it. But the final result was no reaction. No matter how hard the 4th level Jiexing tribe tried, they could not open the storage bag. Song Chi, who had a similar experience with Zhou Ping, was not surprised. He changed his mind and summoned back Hunda and Hun Air, who stayed in the Holy Dragon Continent. These two soul spirits were enslaved from the soul floating land. After more than 100 years, they still remained at the third level and could not keep up with Song Qi. Over the years, they have been staying in the Holy Dragon Continent, mining some resources for him. Song Qi had long thought about replacing the two, but because he later enslaved the Abyss Devil, he did not have to worry about the number of enslaved creatures, which is why the two have been staying until now. Zhao Lei also returned to the walking room in the market with him. The little Qi refining guy, who was traded from Zhou Ping, has also been promoted to the Golden Core over the years. Seeing Zhao Lei, Song Qi directly threw the storage bag in his hand to him. Zhao Lei naturally understood what he meant, and quickly urged his mana to be injected into the storage bag. But he was not sure if he was too weak or something else. Even though he had used up all his mana, he still could not open the storage bag. Song Qi was unwilling to accept this. If the third level golden elixir doesn't work, then the fourth level Yuanying. And if that doesn't work, then the fifth level Huashan. While muttering, he first took out a handful of spirit stones and let Zhao Lei recover his mana. When Zhao Lei recovered, Song Qi asked him to activate the law blessing ability of market walking order. In an instant, his original golden elixir strength was raised to the nascent soul stage. But when he injected mana into the storage bag again, the result was not much different from before. There are already some reactions. Song Qi noticed the slight changes on the storage bag, and then narrowed his eyes. The power of domination flowed around him, and at the same time, a slavery mark rushed out from his forehead. Zhao Lei naturally could not resist, and was easily controlled by the slave metal. Then, while the law blessing of the market walking order was not over, Song Qi activated the miniature Tianxu Sangqiong in the Xinhua Zuqiao, and the slave mark frenzy was activated. Suddenly, the pressure in the whole walking room surged. Zhao Lei, who was originally at the fourth level, had even more mana, and he had directly stepped into the threshold of the fifth level of transformation. This kind of power of transformation, which was temporarily controlled by external forces, naturally could not be compared with that of a real transformation cultivator. However, Song Qi did not want him to fight, but just this mana comparable to that of a transformation cultivator. Under the cover of blood-colored steam, Zhao Lei held the storage bag again, and a large amount of mana in his body continued to be injected. After an unknown period of time, Song Qi's eyes condensed, just a little bit short. He chanted softly. His whole body was filled with dark energy, and the mini Tianxu Sangqiong in the depths of the Xinhua Zuqiao was triggered again. This time, it was no longer the slavery metal that was activated, but the red component superpower controller. Superpower explosion. With the activation of this feature, Zhao Lei's mana, which had been almost dried up, suddenly became extremely active. In just a few breaths, his mana was not only refilled, but also pushed his strength up one step. However, he did not reach the level of the sixth level of returning to the void. After all, he was just a small gene Dan cultivator, and his carrying capacity was limited. It was already the limit to be able to rise 2 major levels. Although it was not at the level of returning to the void, it was enough. As he continued to inject mana, it was not long before the storage bag left by the immortal was finally opened. Before Zhao Lei dumped all the items out, Song Qi left the inn first. After confirming that there were no other accidents, he returned. However, as he entered the market walking room again, the first thing that caught his eye was the colorful light in the room. At just one glance, Song Qi's eyes showed a strange light. Obviously, the source of this colorful light was a number of star-sea wonders of different qualities. The first thing that caught Song Qi's attention was the 2 objects that were emitting black light. With a gentle wave of his hand, the power of domination flowed, and he easily took the 2 black emitting objects into his hands. If nothing unexpected happened, these 2 should be 2 black ultimate objects. Wonderful object, Mother Qi Stone of all things. Quality, black. Transformable, none. Note, a piece of origin stone of all things left over from the multiverse era. After countless years of baptism, it turned into a black quality wonder. However, after seeing the properties of the first wonder, it was not worth being happy. Although it was a black wonder, it could not be transformed into a shipborne component. It could only be sent to the market to maintain order for the Wonder Exchange shop. The first one can't be transformed into a shipborne component, but the second one can be. Right? Thinking of this, Song-Chi turned his gaze to the second black wonder. But soon his face darkened. This second black wonder also couldn't be transformed into a shipborne component. Wonderful item, meteorite spear. Quality, black. Transformable, none. Note, a spear that has been bathed in the blood of countless immortals. With incredible power. However, compared to the first one, this meteorite spear is still much better. At least it can be used as a weapon for the Tianqiu Sangqiong in the mecha form. Frowning, Song-Chi put away the two black objects and turned his attention to other objects. In addition to the two black objects, there were 3 golden objects in the room, and more than 10 silver legendary objects. However, most of them were immortal weapons that were not really objects. The weapons used by these immortal cultivators were not all Star Sea objects. This was the most painful thing for Song-Chi, however. If he traded these things to the Luofu sword sect behind Zhou Ping, he should be able to get a lot of good things in return. Thinking about it, Song-Chi turned his sight to the 3 golden objects. This time, he was not disappointed. The first golden holy object was the one that could transform shipboard parts. It also relieved his depressed mood. Moreover, this golden holy object seemed to be a little unusual. It did not look like an ordinary golden object. Object, Tianming Si Nan incomplete. Quality, gold. Transformable, Tianming Si Nan Pan. Note, the fairyland continent was once the sect guarding fairy weapon of Tianming Xinzong. It has many functions such as pulling out silk from the cocoon and tracing the source. However, this object is not complete now. Chapter 469 Tianming Si Nan Pan. From the introduction of its strange object attribute panel, it is not difficult to see that this Tianming Si Nan strange object is incomplete, which makes him think of the time chest parts. Not staying on the attribute of this strange object for too long, Song-Chi quickly moved on to the attributes of its shipborne components. Tianming Si Nan Pan LV0. Quality, gold. Feature, Si Nan Shuabin. Feature 2, Si Nan Zhuiyuan. Feature 3, double the effectiveness of the battleship's air patrol radar. Feature 4, Tianming Come and Go without a shadow seal. Feature 5, Tianming Confusing the Secrets of Heaven's Sealed Consumption. 40/S Phantom Energy Points Effect. After loading, the battleship will ignore the influence of external magnetic fields, illusions, fog and other energies, and the probability of getting lost is greatly reduced. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements: 40 strands of floating land origin 0 order, for 1000 psionic energy points, 1 kg of geomagnetic stone. Note, this component needs to occupy 5 slots Sinan Shubin, depending on the quality of the selected item. Consume different psionic energy points, decompose the item, separate it into its original form, cooling time 720 hours. Sinan Zhuiyuan, put in the designated clue item, consume psionic energy points, trace all the routes related to this item. The current maximum tracking range is 10 light years, cooling time 1 year. Song-Chi's eyes were bright, focusing on the 2 characteristics of Sinan Shubin and Sinan Zhuiyuan, seemingly completely ignoring the last 2 seal characteristics. From the introduction of the 2 characteristics of Sinan Shubin and Sinan Zhuiyuan, he immediately saw the extraordinary nature of both. First, Sinan Shubin. The moment he saw this characteristic, the first thing that came to his mind was the shipborne parts on the Xinhua warship. Decompose the items, separate them into their original form. Then if the target is a shipborne part that has been strengthened for multiple levels, does it mean that this shipborne part can be directly restored to the initial level 0? And all the resources spent on its previous strengthening can be returned? In order to verify this guess, Song-Chi shifted his sights to several blue parts in the warship. Fixed Point Delivery Platform Blue LV-30, Blood Soul Seal Blue LV-30, Space Beacon Launcher Blue LV-30, Sound Wave Silence Field Blue LV-30, Xinhua Battleship Man Certificate Blue LV-30. There are no white parts on the Tianqiu Sangqiong now. The worst are these 5 blue parts. There is no rush to test first. Return to the freestall area, summon the Tianqiu Sangqiong, and load the Tianming Sinan Pan. This part, finally, directly enhance it to LV60. Resources like geomagnetic stone are not rare, and there are many of them in the mineral resource shops in the market. After the parts were strengthened, Song-Chi selected the Blood Soul Seal part and activated the Si Nan Shuabin feature. Amidst the brilliance, a ray of golden light emerged from the Heavenly Fate Si Nan Pan part and soon sank into the Blood Soul Seal part. Then Song-Chi saw a rather surprising scene. He saw that the Blood Soul Seal, which was originally level 30, was actually gradually decreasing in level as time went by. LV29. LV28. When it completely dropped back to LV0, a sum of resources also appeared out of thin air on the side of the Blood Soul Seal part. These included 0 to 2nd order floating land origin, 0 to 2nd order life pronucleus, and even a ball of psionic energy, which were all the resources used to strengthen the Blood Soul Seal to LV30. It's just as I guessed, this Sinan Shuban feature can restore a part to its original state, and return all the resources consumed in the previous strengthening for free. Song-Chi wanted to try it a few more times, to see if it would have the same effect when facing other red, silver, and even gold parts, but unfortunately this feature has temporarily been put into cooling, and it can only be used again after 120 hours. Although he could use the Zen Seal internal speed feature to allow it to directly complete the buffer. Just once was not enough. Since he could not conduct a complete test, Song-Chi finally gave up the idea. It would only take a few days anyway. He would be able to thoroughly test the effectiveness of this feature in about a month. There was no need to rush. His sight moved down and landed on the Sinan tracing the source feature. This feature was also extraordinary. Through this feature, Song-Chi first thought of the time chess component. Time chess is already incomplete. And it still has a lot of identical chess pieces. Even the time chess board. Originally. Although Song-Chi was quite interested in this time chess board and other time chess, he did not really want to spend time searching for them, as that was too unrealistic. But now he saw hope. The hope of finding other time chess pieces, and even the time chess board. Sinan tracing the source. Invest in the designated clue item. Consume psionic points. And trace all the routes related to this item. The current maximum tracking range is 10 million light-years. And the cooling time is 1 year. This is the detailed attribute of the Sinan tracing the source feature after it was enhanced to the 6th level. Its maximum tracking range has reached 10 million light-years. Although it is still not worth mentioning compared to the vast and boundless Broken Star Sea. It is much stronger than the previous method that relied purely on luck. And this is only the 6th level. According to its strengthening rules. Once the Tianqiu Sangqiong is promoted to a battleship, the Tianming Si Nanpan component will be strengthened to level 70. The tracking range can soar to 100 million light-years, which is definitely a very impressive tracking radius. There is another key point. Song-Chi bound the time chess component to this feature. A special star map appeared on the bronze base of the Tianming Si Nanpan component, with a radius of an astonishing 10 million light-years. There are 2 special light spots on the star map. One is within the star map range, very bright, and silver-white in color. Song-Chi guessed that it might be another time chess piece. The second one made him a little confused. It was clearly outside the radius of the star map, and its brightness was extremely weak. But the light it presented was black. Is it also another time chess? Or is it the location of the time chessboard? Or is it the location of the other incomplete part of the heavenly compass plate? However, no matter how he guessed, this star map always had a characteristic. It always exists. And there is no limit to the duration. It is as if you do not actively unbind the time chess parts, it will continue to track the targets related to time chess in real time. This is obviously good news for Song-Chi no matter where he goes to in the future. He does not need to worry about missing anything. Finally, his eyes fell on the 2 characteristics of destiny coming and going without a shadow, and destiny confusing the secrets of heaven. Both of them are sealed. And it is likely that they are the same as time chess. Only by gathering the other incomplete parts of destiny Si Nanpan can they be unsealed. Seeing this, Song-Chi's attention unconsciously turned to the special star map displayed on the bronze plate of the Tianming Si Nanpan component. His sight wandered to the black light spot outside the radius of the star map, wondering if it was another missing part of the Tianming Si Nanpan. After collecting his thoughts, he returned to the market walking room, where there were 2 more golden artifacts, as well as more silver, red, and other artifacts. As his sight moved, the attributes of the second golden holy domain artifact also quickly emerged. However, this item cannot be transformed into a shipborne component. This also made Song-Chi dare not look directly at the last golden holy item for a while, fearing that he would be disappointed. Keeping this last expectation, he looked at more than 10 silver legendary items first. Item: 5-wheeled fire robe. Quality: silver. Transformable: 5-wheeled fire energy shield. Note: the robe that Jue Mingxianren once wore, under the long-term cultivation of the immortal's magic power, it turned into a silver item. Item: thunder fan. Item: air fire. After checking many silver items in a row, most of them could not be transformed into shipborne components, and there were also a few items that could be transformed into shipborne components, but they were either energy shields or ship armor, and none of them could be used by Tianxu Sanqiong. When it came to the last two items, there was finally a change. Rare item, Eye of Spiritual Spring. Quality, silver. Transformable, green water spiritual spring. Note, the Eye of Spiritual Spring, derived from the unique environment of the fairyland continent, was transformed into a rare item by chance. Green water spiritual spring LV0. Quality, silver. Features, cleansing. Feature 2, green water spiritual spring. Feature 2, growth rate of surrounding plants increased by 110%. Feature 4, growth rate of water creatures increased by 110%, survival rate increased. Consumption, 30/S phantom energy points effect. After loading, the energy concentration inside the warship doubles. Over the years, the captain's lifespan is slightly increased. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements, 30 strands of floating land origin 0 level, 3000 phantom energy points, 3 low-level spirit stones. Note, this component needs to occupy 4 slots purification. The water of the spiritual spring has the effect of relieving fatigue and repairing hidden injuries of the body. Spiritual spring clear water. The spiritual spring can produce spiritual spring clear water. Spiritual spring clear water has the effect of prolonging life, increasing the success rate of plant transplantation, accelerating plant growth, etc. This clear water spiritual spring has very good properties, but Song Qi did not intend to transform it into a shipborne component, but was going to send it to the Cultivation Secret Realm. Under the feature of the Secret Realm Accelerator, it can play a better effect. Moreover, once it is sent to the Cultivation Secret Realm, it can also try to raise a batch of deep-water spiritual clams in this clear water spiritual spring. As we all know, it is difficult to breed foreign organisms in the Secret Realm environment, but with the survival rate bonus of this clear water spiritual spring, he thinks he can give it a try. If it is really feasible, with the help of the Secret Realm Accelerator. Features, he will be able to mass-produce high-quality deep-water clam pearls. Thinking of this, Song Qi is already a little impatient. Nowadays, the practice of guiding techniques is becoming more and more difficult. If there are deep-water clam pearls that are 7 or 8,000 years old, or even tens of thousands of years old, and combined with ordinary dominant blood, Song Qi believes that his guiding techniques will surely make rapid progress. Thinking of this, he carefully sent this green water spiritual spring into the Cultivation Secret Realm inside the Tianxu Sanqiong. The selected placement of the spiritual spring was naturally the silver apple mother tree and the 2 law trees, as well as the center of the spirit tempering fruit trees and dragon blood fruit trees, so that the effect of the green water spiritual spring could be maximized. He was not in a hurry to check the properties of the last golden sacred artifact in his hand. Now the secret realm was in the acceleration period, which was a good opportunity to test whether water clam breeding was feasible. He went to Lungji shop again, and got a batch of deep water clams from the shop, and put them all into the green water spring. He then turned and left. Whether deep water clams can be mass-produced depends on the following period of time. After finishing these, Song Qi's thoughts returned to the past. He looked at the silver wonder air fire. Although this thing cannot be transformed into a shipborne component, it is a real silver fire wonder. And if I remember correctly, in the previous life, this thing seemed to be part of true Samadhi fire together with stone fire and wood fire. It is precisely because of this that Song Qi was somewhat conflicted about whether to put it in the Wonder Exchange shop. This thing obviously has a very high potential. The name of Samadhi True Fire was well known in the previous life. Shaking his head, Song Qi gave up the idea of putting it in the Wonder Exchange shop. Counting the harvest this time, there are now dozens of silver legendary wonders in the Wonder Exchange shop, and there is no shortage of this strand of air fire. He decided to keep it first. What if he collected the other 2 in the future? The Hongwang continent is also a floating land for cultivating immortals, and the probability of nurturing these 3 types of wonder fires is not small. Later, he can ask under the identity of the Blue Blood Clan Vest. After sorting out these, Song Qi put air fire into the market storage room and looked at the last golden holy wonder. He was not disappointed. This golden wonder can also be transformed into a shipborne component. Wonderful item, Purple Sky Divine Thunder Talisman. Quality, gold. Chapter 470 Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon 9-layered Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder. Under his gaze, the attribute panel quickly emerged. Rare item, Purple Sky Divine Thunder Talisman. Quality, gold. Transformable, Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon. Note, an 8th level thunder talisman once circulated by the Purple Sky Immortal sect of the Immortal Realm continent, after hundreds of thousands of years, transformed into a golden rare item. Without his eyes lingering on the rare item attribute panel, Song-Chi quickly turned to the attribute panel of its shipborne components. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon LV0. Quality, Gold. Features, Purple Sky Extreme Yawn Divine Thunder. Feature 2, Real Armor Breaking. Feature 3, Main Gun Power Increased by 140%. Feature 4, 10,000 Symbols Purple Sky Thunder Prison. Feature 5, 9-layer Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder. Consumption, 100/shot Phantom Energy Points Attack, 180. Charge, 10s, Buffer 20s. Upgrade required, 40 Wisps of Floating Land Origin Level 0, for 1000 Phantom Energy Points, 1 kg of Sky Thunderstone Purple Sky Extreme Yawn Divine Thunder. Each attack of the main gun contains extreme Blazing Sun energy, has extremely strong penetration and erosion effects, will cause triple damage to Yin, Underworld, Soul and other units. Real Armor Breaking. Purple Sky Divine Thunder has the attribute of Real Armor Breaking, is not affected by ordinary armor, scale armor, shield and other protections, penetrates real defenses, real shields and other attributes to a small extent. 10,000 Symbols Purple Thunder Prison. Consume 100,000 psionic energy points to condense 10,000 Purple Thunder symbols. Carry out cluster attacks on designated areas. Cooling time 720 hours. 9-layer Purple Thunder of World Destroying Tribulation. Consume 200,000 psionic energy points and a Crystal of Thunder Attribute Law. Temporarily enter the Star Destroyer cannon form. Condition the Purple Thunder of World Destroying Tribulation. Carry out the 9-layer Thunder Trial on designated units. Cooling time 20 years. Song-Chi's eyes were burning, although this was only a main gun, but its properties were superb. Not only does it have the minor special feature of real armor penetration, it also has the attack feature of cluster strikes. Of course, the most critical feature is its 5th feature, 9-fold Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder, which is just like the golden quality Star Destroyer's Fury, and can temporarily transform itself into a Star Destroyer cannon form, and use the power of the Star Destroyer to bring down 9-fold thunder punishment on designated units. In the Star Destroyer cannon form, Song-Chi dared to conclude that as long as this golden main gun was strengthened to the 6th level, even if the Tianqiu Sangqiong was only a chasing ship now, under the attack of this 9-fold Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder, even a dreadnought would be destroyed by a single shot, or even sunk. However, the problem is that this 9-layered Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder is not something that can be used easily. The 20-year cooling time is not a big deal, counting the 2 components of the Pajuo Zen Meditation Seal and the Time Chess. It is actually just over 2 years. The key is that each time this feature is activated, a Thunder Attribute Law Crystal is required. The lowest quality of the Law Crystal is Orange quality, and its value is not lower than that of the same level upgraded Fire Source. The key point is that it is rarer than the upgraded Fire Source. However, at this point, Song-Chi remembered the Yaoguang Star Tower. If he remembered correctly, there were several low-level Thunder Attribute Law Crystals in the Star Tower Mall. He did not delay, and directly returned to Longji Continent, and then logged into the Yaoguang Star Tower through the Yaoguang Star Order. Needless to say, the 2 low-level Thunder Attribute Law Crystals were all exchanged, and only a few hundred mall points were used. For Song-Chi, who has now accumulated more than 20,000 mall points, it is not worth mentioning at all. What caught his attention was the only silver quality Crystal of the Lightning Attribute Law. Rare item, Crystal of the Lightning Attribute Law. Quality, Silver/High-level Crystal of the Law. Quantity, 1. Points required for exchange, 5,000. The points required for the exchange of this Crystal of the Lightning Attribute Law were as high as 5,000. Which was also the reason why Song-Chi hesitated. All the points he had accumulated over the years came from the Pioneering War, and the exchange or transaction in the market. It took him decades to accumulate them. He would have to spend 1/5 of them in one go, which of course would be meaningful. The key point is that he didn't know the specific effect of Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon on the 3 types of law crystals of low, medium, and high levels. If the 9-layer Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder triggered by different quality Lightning Attribute Law crystals were no different, then there was no need to exchange them. However, he didn't hesitate for long. He thought of the fact that the Star Tower Mall could refund the full amount, and then directly spent 5,000 mall points to exchange for this high-level Lightning Attribute Law crystal. After exchanging the Law Crystal, Song-Chi spent another 100 mall points to exchange for enough Sky Thunderstone resources. There were not many such resources in the market, and they could only be exchanged in the Star Tower Mall. In the freestall area of the market, inside the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song-Chi once again activated the Sinan Shuban feature that had just finished cooling down, and then the soul-destroying pupil light cannon, this red main gun, that had been strengthened to LV60 gradually decreased in level, and finally turned into the original LV0, and all the resources spent on the previous strengthening. After falling to LV0, there was no need to worry about the follow-up. Song-Chi directly replaced it with the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon. The Tianxu Sangqiong has not yet been promoted to a battleship, and currently has only 2 main gun slots, so the soul-destroying pupil light cannon can only be uninstalled first. After the replacement was completed, the next step was naturally to strengthen it. Without any unnecessary hesitation, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon was strengthened all the way to level 69. While the attributes were greatly improved, Song-Chi's eyes stayed on the feature of 9-layer Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder. 9-layer Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder consumes 800,000 psionic energy points and a low/medium/high level thunder attribute Law Crystal. Temporarily enters the Star Destroyer Cannon form. Has all the power of the same quality and level Star Destroyer Cannon. Condenses the Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder. And conducts the 9-layer Tribulation Thunder Judgment on the designated unit. With a cooling time of 20 years. Although the cooling time has not changed, as it is strengthened to level 69. This feature has clearly marked that 3 different levels of Thunder Attribute Law Crystals can be used. As for the effect, even if it has not been tested, Song-Chi can guess some of it. It is nothing more than a question of power. Nodding with satisfaction, Song-Chi put away the items that were not rare items, and then returned to the fragment of the Fairyland continent. Up to now, except for the Spirit Beast's secret realm, the rest of the valuable items on this floating land fragment have been basically looted. But there is still one item left. Tianxu Sangqiong fell from the sky, and finally hovered quietly above the small hill formed by the mountain cave. Although this mountain cave is not a rare item, it was once refined by the immortal Zhui Ming with a high-level secret realm origin fragment as the core, and mixed with the perfect level of space law. It is a special space creation. If possible, it can even be used as a large portable storage item. It can even be sent to the Cultivation secret realm, so that this low-level primitive secret realm will devour it, and thus further increase the area and foundation of the Cultivation secret realm. Song-Chi guessed that if the Cultivation secret realm could integrate enough fragments of the secret realm origin, perhaps it would be able to impact the gold quality on its own. However, this was only his guess, and it was not certain whether it was true or not. According to the records in the Hongwang Base Hinlu in his hand, Song-Chi carefully transformed this mountain cave into a palm-sized bluestone, and absorbed it into the battleship. There was no rush to put it into the Cultivation secret realm, but it was collected in the market. Anyway, it is impossible for the Cultivation secret realm parts to directly impact the gold quality with just this mountain cave. So there is no need to rush, and we will see how to deal with it later. After dealing with this, he returned to the Spirit Beast secret realm and transferred the space anchor point to the secret realm. When the Tianxu Sangqiong starts the battleship promotion mission, it will still rely on this Spirit Beast secret realm to provide a part of the promotion success rate. This space anchor point naturally cannot be taken back. At least not for now. Jutian Market, Freestall Area. Inside the quietly docked Tianxu Sangqiong, Song-Chi's entire mind was immersed in the Cultivation secret realm, and his eyes were full of expectations. Successful, some of the deep-water clams that were put into the green water spring survived. Sensing that a small number of deep-water clams survived in the green water spring in the middle of the secret realm, Song-Chi was very happy. Although the survival rate was very low, only dozens of clams survived out of thousands of clams, but this did not affect anything. No matter how low the survival rate is, it can be filled with quantity. Deep-water clams are not very valuable, as long as they can be sent to the clear water spring in large quantities, and with the assistance of the characteristics of the Secret Realm Accelerator, it won't take long for the Secret Realm to produce a small batch of higher deep-water clam pearls. However, not every clam can survive for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and even if it survives for such a long time, it may not be able to produce higher clam pearls, which means that the output cannot be too much in a short period of time. Song-Chi didn't care much. Now his guidance technique has reached level 47. 1 or 2 7 or 8,000-year-old clam beats can push it to level 49. In the future, he will strive for the 5th level of guidance technique. There must be a buffer of several decades. This period of time should be enough for the deep-water clams to expand their scale. 3 months later, Song-Chi withdrew from the Dragon Ridge secret realm again. This time he successfully comprehended the secret technique of Death Star arrival. The original plan was to comprehend Death Star's swift explosion, but Song-Chi thought about it and put it aside. After careful calculation, he has now mastered 7 secret arts, including Dragon Whale State, Return to Ruin / Yugwang Star Arrival, Black Corpulse, Ethereal Body, Empty Witch Great Handprint, and Death Star Arrival, which has consumed a lot of energy. In addition, secret arts have always been more valuable in terms of quality rather than quantity. So Song-Chi considered again and decided not to continue to comprehend other secret arts before breaking through the 5th level. In comparison, he now needs to concentrate on comprehending the 2 original laws. After decades of pioneering wars, his current understanding of the law of space has only reached 45.56%. Although the law of light has improved more, it has also remained at 30.05%, which is still a long way from the intermediate level. With his eyes turning, Song-Chi took out the Yugwang Order number 32 and logged into the Yugwang Star Tower with his real body. The 2nd floor of the Star Tower is where the Yugwang Chaos Monument is. Song-Chi, who logged in with his real body, took out the Enlightenment Cushion fake from the Xinhua Acupoint, placed it in front of the Yugwang Chaos Monument, and sat on it directly, and then began his 5th understanding of the Chaos Monument. During the decades of pioneering wars, he had comprehended the Chaos Monument once, and this was the 5th time. Counting it all together, minus this time, he only had one last chance to comprehend the Chaos Monument. But Song-Chi estimated that this should be the last time he could comprehend the Chaos Monument before reaching the 5th level. The last time would most likely be after he reached the 5th level. With the dual blessing of the Enlightenment Cushion and the double pupils, Song-Chi quickly entered into a deep understanding of the Yugwang Chaos Monument. The understanding of the 2 fundamental laws of light and space continued to emerge in his heart, and his comprehension of the 2 laws was also increasing rapidly step by step. I don't know how long it took. When I exited the comprehension state again, the comprehension of the 2 laws had a remarkable improvement. The law of space from 45.56% to 45.66%, the law of light from 30.05% to 30.28% compared with the last time I comprehended the Chaos Monument. This improvement was obviously much higher, only slightly worse than the time when the law was in the amplitude period. He patted the Enlightenment Cushion fake under him, and secretly said it was a good thing, and then took it back to the Xinhua Zuchio. The effect of this Enlightenment Cushion is combined with the double pupils, which is simply too good. The speed of comprehending the laws in the future will definitely be much faster than before. It is worthy of being made by a master-level existence. It is really good. Song-Chi sighed, and quickly left the Yugwang Star Tower. In the outside Dragon Ridge continent, inside the Tianxu Sangqiong, after digesting the gains from comprehending the Yugwang Chaos Monument, Song-Chi could not wait to enter the Cultivation secret realm. Several months have passed since he first released deep-water clams. Considering the thousands of times time acceleration in the Cultivation secret realm, and the growth acceleration of water creatures by the Green Water Spirit Spring, the deep-water clams that survived the first release are nearly 10,000 years old. After fishing out the first batch of more than 10 clams, he quickly left the secret realm. At present, the acceleration of the Cultivation secret realm is still continuing, and it is not advisable to stay in it for too long. In the cabin of the Tianxu Sangqiong, looking at the 13 clams in his hand that are more than 8,000 years old, Song-Chi shook his head. Of the first batch of thousands of clams released, more than 60 survived, and with their offspring, the number was even greater. However, when faced with the thresholds of 1,000, 3,000, and 5,000 years, 80% to 90% of these clams were screened out, leaving only these 13. I hope there are higher clams. After muttering, Song-Chi was very straightforward and opened all 13 clams at once. Not bad. One each from 6,000 years, 5,000 years, and 2 from 3,000 years. He took out the 2 clams from 5,000 and 6,000 years, and put away the other 2 from 3,000 years. This year was basically useless to him, and he planned to give them to his parents later. Taking out a top-grade bodybuilding potion, and neutralizing it with the 5,000-year-old clam pearl, Song Chi returned to the all-attribute training room in the market, and began to try to break through the level 48 of the guiding technique. When he came out of retreat half a month later, he had a faint smile on his face, and the dark energy in his body was flowing unsteadily. Obviously, this time he successfully broke through the guiding technique to level 48, and was already very close to the 4th level limit of level 49. However, if he wanted to continue using the 6,000-year-old deep-sea clam pearl, he had to wait for a while, and let his body adapt first. Chapter 471 Troublemaking. Captain, when the patrol mission is over, shall we go to the Xianhan restaurant and order a table? I heard that the restaurant has newly launched a 3rd-level jiaoyu banquet, and its main dish is braised jiaoyu, which has a great auxiliary effect on the 3rd-level guidance technique. Yes, I also heard that a group of fox girls have come to the Xianhan restaurant, and they are very attractive. Above Longji City, a patrol team is performing patrol missions around the entire city. This team consists of 10 warships, including 2 cruisers and 8 frigates. Just as the fleet group chat was in full swing, the voice of the patrol captain Song Quan suddenly rang out. We have received a message that someone is causing trouble at the Longji shop. Everyone, listen up. Turn around and rush to the family shop at full speed. Hearing this, the group chat suddenly fell silent. The next second, the 10 warships of the patrol team turned around almost at the same time and flew towards the center of the city, where the Longji shop was located in the distance. These people are all members of the Song family, who have fully participated in the pioneering war. They may be a little absent-minded when they are free, but if they really encounter an emergency, they will never let down their guard. Otherwise, they would not be selected for the list of patrol personnel in Longji City. Captain, do you know who they are? What forces? As they quickly moved in, a team member in the group chat asked for details. They had been patrolling Longji City for quite some time, and naturally encountered many troublemakers during this period. But those were in other places in the city. It was the first time they had dared to take the initiative to cause trouble in front of their own Longji shop. The Dinghai Song family is no longer the same as it was decades ago. Now, the name of the Longji Song family in the Morning Star Kingdom is well known in the entire Tianpan River system, with a dominant level 3i clan 7th level flagship, and occupying the 80,000 light-year star field of the Tianpan River system. It has long been called a quasi-immortal family, with a growing reputation. Who dares to touch the tiger whiskers of the Song family at this point? Song Quan shook his head, indicating that he had not received relevant information. But his eyes were particularly cold. No matter who it is, no matter what force it is, since they dare to cause trouble to my Song family, they must be prepared to face the anger of my Song family. Send 2 people back to Longji Mountain Palace, and let the family's Foreign Affairs Department investigate it for me. In addition, be prepared to notify His Highness Qi at any time. Since they dare to cause trouble at this point, they must have a certain confidence. It is likely that His Highness Qi will come forward later. Yes. In the central area of Longji City, in front of the Longji Commercial Building, the neat and orderly team in the past now seems a little chaotic. In the middle of the crowd, a group of captains with fierce faces and holding a special communication bracelet are questioning loudly. Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, 8 warships slowly fell from the sky. When they were only tens of meters away from the ground, the hatches of the 8 Xinhua warships opened at the same time, and 8 figures jumped out of them. At the same time, the 8 Xinhua warships that were quietly hovering also slowly shrank, and finally turned into 8 rays of light that sank into the brows of the 8 Song family captains who jumped down. Boom boom boom. After 8 dull landing sounds, Song Quan stepped towards the fierce-looking captains in the middle of the crowd, whose origins were unknown. Who are you, and why are you gathering here to make trouble? As he spoke, the 3rd-level life pressure emanated from his body, and the strands of the law of fire were wrapped in it, bringing strong oppression to the surrounding people. Being able to become one of the squad leaders of the patrol fleet stationed in Longji Chengcheng, Song Quan's strength is naturally not weak. In addition to the high-quality components on his ship, he is also a genius who has comprehended the law. However, this alone is obviously not enough to suppress the troublemakers in front. Among the 5 troublemakers, there are also 2 third-level cruiser captains. Although they have not comprehended the law, they cannot retreat just by the pressure of the same level. What surprised Song Quan was that, although the 2 men looked fierce, they were not brainless. Facing his active pressure, they not only did not mobilize their psionic energy to resist, but instead raised the communication bracelet in their hands and shouted, "Why? You people from Longji shop can't give an explanation. Are you going to suppress them by force? It is said that Longji shop in Longji City is the shop with the best reputation and the most complete products in the entire public area. I didn't expect that the shop would bully customers. Listening to the other party's convincing words, Song Kwan's eyes were cold. But he stopped moving forward. If he really suppresses it by force, then it will be hard to explain. There are still many customers around. 1 or 2 times may not cause much reaction. What he is afraid of is that the mastermind behind the scenes has a series of plans. His eyes are still cold, staring at the other person's face. Song Kwan said coldly, "Friend, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Otherwise you will have to pay the price." The 5 people on the opposite side didn't buy it at all. They sneered, "Whether you are talking nonsense or not, the people in Longji shop know it best. This is the video of our brothers entering your Longji shop more than an hour ago. And then, they never came out. We know that the marrow fluid resource is very valuable. So we specially recorded the video to prevent this situation. Everyone, come and see whether we are lying." As he said, he raised the communication bracelet higher and higher in his hand. The bracelet was projecting a video at this moment, which was a scene of a short and strong man entering the Longji shop. In this video, the short and strong man never came out after entering the Longji shop. Finally, the video even showed a semi-automatic shipborne intelligent prompt sound coming from the inside of the recorder's warship. Please note that the magnetic wave communication group chat linked to the warship Changban sunk, and had exited the group chat the previous second. After watching this video, Song Kwan basically understood why the other party could attract the attention of a large number of customers around, because everything was arranged too well, so well that even he, subconsciously had doubts the first time he finished watching it, wondering whether there was really a tribe member in the Longji shop who took action. Turning his head to look at the manager of the Longji shop on the side, he saw that the third-level manager of the family also had an ugly expression on his face. He shook his head grimly and said, "This man did enter the shop before, and he had traded with us many times before, but this time." Not long after he entered the shop, he disappeared inexplicably, and not long after that, this group of people ran out to make trouble. It's ridiculous, you admit that my friend entered your shop, but now you say that he disappeared inexplicably. Do you really think everyone in the Longji shop is a fool? The 5 men with fierce faces did not give any chance at all, and what they said was that the Longji shop killed people and stole treasures. As everything leaned towards their side, the Xinhua captain, who was surrounded by a large number of people, gradually showed a strange look in his eyes when he looked at the Song family patrol captain and the manager of Longji shop. At this moment, everything pointed to the Song family doing the murder and treasure-stealing business. And no one would not think too much, seeing that the situation was somewhat out of control. Song Kwan's eyes turned, and he said, "The cause and effect of this matter cannot be determined for the time being. So, I have sent someone to notify the family's Foreign Affairs Hall. My Song family's Foreign Affairs Hall has several special parts that can assist in tracing this matter. Please wait for more than 10 minutes. Later, my Song family will definitely give an explanation in person. The Longji Mountain Palace is not far from Longji City." At the speed of the 2 frigates' jump, they should have arrived at this moment. In addition, the time required for the Foreign Affairs Hall to retrieve several parts should be about 10 minutes. But at this moment, the deputy captain of the team behind Song Kwan suddenly came over. "Captain, I just received a message from Xiao Yuan and the others. The space at Longji Mountain Palace was blocked, and the jump failed." Song Kwan clenched his fists suddenly, and the hot psionic energy surged out in all directions. "Good. Very good. The space-blocking components have been used, and they are determined to ruin the reputation of my Song family. In that case, notify His Highness Qi." Only he and the deputy captain behind him could hear these words, and they did not say them in front of everyone, because it would have no effect, and the other party could say that it was an excuse deliberately made by his Song family. Jutian Market, Song Qi, who was exercising, raised his eyebrows. Is there someone deliberately causing trouble in Longji shop? With a thought, his figure quickly disappeared in the market. Under the building of Longji shop, retracting his ethereal body, Song Qi asked the deputy manager of the shop in front of him about the relevant situation. The one who sold the marrow fluid during the transaction? After hearing everything, Song Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. If it is really the accomplice of the short and strong man before, then the mastermind behind this trouble must have planned for more than 1 or 2 days, which also means that there must be a force targeting the Song family. Outside the shop, There was a commotion. Song Chi, the last generation of the direct descendant of the Song family, turned out to be him. This is even more interesting. It is said that this person is the most ruthless among the last generation of the direct descendant of the Song family. If he doesn't take action, it's fine. But he killed a direct descendant of the Stark family directly. I seem to have heard that his record in the pioneering war was terrifyingly high. I just don't know how this person will solve this matter. Will he suppress it directly, or try every means to find the mastermind behind it? Mastermind behind it? According to you, you think that someone did it deliberately from the beginning? Don't talk nonsense. You don't know what Dragon Ridge City has been like in the past few years? How could it not attract people's attention? That's right. Among the many commotions, in fact, most people can still see the tricks and basically know the involvement behind this matter. But they all knew that it was not important. Whether the Song family was bullying customers because of their size or being framed, it was not important. The outcome of this matter was actually determined by the size of the fist. If the Song family had a strong fist, they could find the mastermind behind this matter in one fell swoop, and suppress and purge it with thunder, so as to deter other forces with ill intentions. Then the Song family's Longji city would continue to prosper. But if not, all the voyeurs would rush in and completely overturn the reputation of the Song family. The moment they saw Song Chi, the 5 troublemakers instinctively withdrew their fierceness from their faces. A 4th-rank Zulu captain, and a direct descendant of a quasi-immortal family, would be of sufficient weight no matter where he was. Sir! The 5 people spoke respectfully. Song Chi did not respond. The pressure from the 4th-rank Shinhua captain around him spread quietly, until it enveloped all 5 people. Bang bang bang. The 3 second-rank escort captains among the 5 fell to their knees, because they could not bear the pressure. Only the 2 third-rank cruiser captains were still barely holding on. Do you want me to do it? Or do you want to tell the whole story in public? This was the first sentence Song Chi said. His voice was not loud, but under the influence of the 4th-level psionic energy. It was clearly heard by tens of thousands of Shinhua captains in front of the Longji commercial building. The 2 third-level troublemaking captains gritted their teeth and did not speak. It seems that the first option is chosen. As he spoke, Song Chi's eyebrows suddenly flashed with a dark light, and then 2 rays of light shot out from the Shinhua ancestral orifice. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of Shinhua captains around, the 2 rays of light sank into the heads of the 2 third-level troublemaking captains. The next second, the 2 cruiser captains suddenly changed their attitudes 180 degrees. After looking at Song Chi respectfully, they turned to recount everything they knew. I haven't met you in person from the beginning to the end. You're not stupid. It's getting more interesting. Muttering, Song Chi suddenly changed his tone. What about the reward? Since you are asked to do something, there should be money for your life. Right? His sudden words made all the onlookers around him have question marks in their hearts. Reward? Are we tracking down the mastermind? What the hell is reward? Chapter 472 Song Chi's Tyranny. Ignoring the strange looks from the surroundings, Song Chi's face was calm, and he quietly waited for the response from the 2 people in front of him. Without any surprise, the 2 people who had been forced to sign the master-servant contract quickly took out a large number of resources. 4th-level floating land origin, 4th-level Jiexing clam blood, strengthening fruit, titanium crystal. Taking the resources taken out one by one, Song Chi's eyebrows immediately glowed brightly, and the mini-form Tianqiu Sanqiong was summoned, and it quietly hovered above everyone's head. By this time, most people had some ideas in their minds, and they speculated whether Song Chi, or the Song family, had special tracing parts. Swish! A space crack suddenly appeared in the sky hundreds of thousands of meters above Longji City, and then a beam of extremely fast black ice shot out from it. At the same time, the 5th-level frost energy enveloped the entire Longji City. Among the captains watching, there was also a 4th-level Zulu captain, and they showed surprise on their faces at the first time. It's not a battleship, it's a 5th-level slave creature attacking from a distance. Are you really afraid that the Song family will find out something? Just as everyone was shocked, the black ice beam that shot down from the sky had penetrated hundreds of thousands of meters, and was only 100 meters away from Song Chi. But what made the captains around him seem to have an illusion was that, as the main target of the black ice beam, Song Chi's face not only showed no signs of shock and anger, but a faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before everyone thought about it, a voice with a hint of sarcasm had already come out of Song Chi's mouth, and fell clearly into the ears of every Shinhua captain around him. I'm waiting for you. As soon as the words fell, the captain of the ship in the sky was more than 4,000 meters high, and a fiery red figure suddenly rushed out of the Tianxu, which was completely wrapped in a black and white light shield. The fiery red figure was more than 100,000 meters tall, and there was a blazing flame on his red skin, and the great level fire law was overflowing, and he easily wiped out the black ice beam falling from the sky. Fire. Flame giant. A 6th level flame giant, my goodness. Bullshit, this is a Yanling giant, a kind of fire giant, not a flame giant. Automatically ignoring the exclamations around him, Song Chi's orders were issued quickly, and the great level fire law on the Yanling giant surged, and soon gathered into a flaming palm, and slapped the void crack where the black ice beam shot out from the sky in the distance. As if sensing the flame giant's intention, the space crack outside Longji City began to shrink rapidly, trying to hide the trace of its own attack. However, at this time, a ray of light surged out from the Tianxu Sanqiong again. In the huge area formed by this light, everything was slowed down several times. Only Song Chi himself and the flame giant were not affected. It was the Posha time realm. Before the space crack was completely restored, the flaming palm transformed by the flame giant successfully penetrated into it. Humph. When the flow of time resumed, all the creatures in the entire Dragon Ridge city heard a muffled groan from the sky. The unknown 5th level ice creature that attacked from a distance was injured by the flame giant with just one strike. The floating land of the Robbery Star, a public open area. Under a castle far away from Dragon Ridge City, a Zhulu ship with a length of more than 3,500 meters was quietly docked here. Buzz buzz buzz. As the spatial fluctuations subsided, the underground secret room returned to peace, but the 5th level Sky Frostwan bird standing on the side was in a bad situation. It can be seen that on the frosty white wings of the phoenix, there is a lot of violent flame energy left at this moment. Under the erosion of this violent flame energy, the 5th level Tianxuanguan bird is suffering from the terrible pain of being burned by the flames. But at this moment, the owner of the Zhulu warship had no intention of helping the Tianxuanguan bird to clean up the overbearing flames. Instead, his face was pale, and his expression was panic. Under his control, the 5th level Tianxuanguan bird shrank rapidly, and was finally recalled to the warship by him, in order to use the Xinhua warship's isolation characteristics to isolate it from the outside world search. At this time, another Captain Xinhua, who also exuded the breath of 4th level life, walked into the battleship's summoning room quickly. This man's face was extremely gloomy, and he suppressed his anger and roared, "How dare you let Tianxuanguanio take action? Who gave you the courage?" Hearing this, the captain of the Zhulu ship trembled and said, "Second brother, it seems that Song Chi can use the batch of resources we threw out." "It seems." "You also said it seems. That batch of resources are all from the Pioneering War. What does it have to do with my Lu family?" The captain of the Zhulu ship, who entered the battleship's summoning room later, gritted his teeth. But in the end, he seemed to have made up his mind, and the anger on his face quickly dissipated, and at the same time glanced at the Zhulu ship in front. "How about this, third brother, you go out and hide for a while, and take the initiative to cut off all ties with the family. Also, if you want to reduce the possibility of Song Chi tracking you down, get rid of your Tianxuanguan bird as soon as possible." Longji City, above Longji shop. The first thing Song Chi did when he boarded the Tianxu Sanqiong was to cancel the binding between the time chest parts and the Sinan tracing the source feature. Although the silver light spot displayed on the Sinan site is likely to be the location of another time chest piece, he still has to guard Longji City now, and cannot get away in a short time. Besides, when the guarding time is over, the Tianxu Sanqiong will also have to start the battleship promotion. There will be no time to search for this time chest piece for at least decades. Temporarily canceling its binding will not have much impact. After successfully canceling it, Song Chi took out a bloody frost feather, replaced the time chest piece, and bound it with the Sinan tracing the source feature. This frost feather was just what the Yanli giant forcibly obtained from the 5th level slave creature behind the space crack. If nothing unexpected happens, using this item to trace the source, the real initiator behind this incident will be found. Originally, Song Chi was a little worried that the reward from the mastermind alone would not be enough to successfully complete the tracking, but now, with this frost white feather, it couldn't be better. Swish, golden light shone. Heavenly Fate compass plate, a dazzling light appeared on the component. When the light faded, Song Chi's sight quickly turned to the bronze base of the component. At this time, a new star map had reappeared on the base, and a light spot was marked on the star map as expected. "I found you." the stinky rat hiding in the gutter. Although he said this in the battleship's main control room, he did not deliberately isolate himself from the outside world. Instead, he further amplified it through the battleship, and finally resounded over the entire Longji city. Really found it? What kind of method is this? Did you find the person behind it so quickly? When the Xinhua captains of various forces in the city were shocked, a violent space fluctuation suddenly came from the sky above Longji city. When everyone reacted again, the captain of the Tianxu Sangqiong, which was more than 4,000 meters long, had disappeared. Where are the people? Did they come directly to the door? This is a big deal. The former 7th Prince Song will not let it go. Wow, he really went alone with his ship to seek justice? Who is the one stirring up trouble behind this? Is there any big shot who can show us where the Song Chi prince of the Song family has jumped to? The square in front of the Longji shop was in an uproar, and various discussions continued. At this time, a captain in the crowd, who also exuded the aura of the 4th level guidance technique, waved his hand, and summoned his own Zulu ship, and he rushed into the warship at a rapid speed. It was unknown what part was activated, but soon a ray of light emerged from the bow of the ship, and these lights slowly gathered, and finally projected a huge light curtain over the Dragon Ridge city. The captains in the city below looked up, and soon found that the image projected on the light curtain was a familiar black and white light shield ship hanging high in the sky. The Tianxu Sangqiong is the ship of Lord Song Chi. Yes, it is indeed the Tianxu Sangqiong. But where is it? The white castle below seems familiar. During the discussion, someone suddenly exclaimed, I remember. Whitefrost Castle. This is Whitefrost Castle. One person spoke, and many people nodded in succession. Yes, it is the Whitefrost Castle. The Whitefrost Castle of the Lu family. The Lu family in the Jihan Star Field? Yes. After many people explained, all the Xinhua captains in the crowd suddenly understood. And in a short time, they had a certain understanding of the Lu family. The Lu family is a powerful family in the Jihan Star Field, one of the 6 central star fields of the Yaoan Kingdom. It has been passed down for more than 5,000 years. There are fearless captains in the family, and there are as many as 5 battleship captains. In terms of strength, before the pioneering war, the Lu family was much stronger than the Song family. However, it is different now. The hundreds of thousands of Xinhua captains in the entire Longji city are all watching the show. Well, not the Song family, but they want to see how the Lu family ends. After a pioneering war, the Longji Song family of the Morning Star Kingdom not only has a second dreadnought, but also has a 3-eyed clan 7th level flagship, and has taken over 80,000 light-year star territory in one fell swoop. The strength of the two families is no longer proportional. I just don't know how far this His Highness Song Chi will go. This is the question that most of the Xinhua captains in Longji City are curious about at the moment. However, they didn't need to think anymore. The image in the sky had already given the answer immediately. Whitefrost Castle, Jihan and Lu family. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, while checking the relevant information listed by the Qiongtian intelligent brain beside him, Song Chi's indifferent eyes were also looking down at the white castle below. After understanding the situation of Jihan and Lu family, the coldness in his eyes did not diminish at all. The majestic dark energy filled the entire warship, and the shadow of the double pupils in his eyes seemed to be substantial, under the blessing of the 2 laws of space and light. If an outsider saw the scene, he would know that Song Chi was determined to attack Baishuang Castle. The Jihan Lu family was indeed not weak, but compared to the current Song family, it was obviously far inferior. Secondly, there was another important reason. To put it bluntly, this incident was a tacit test by all parties. If they could not fight back with iron-blooded means, there would be more and more such incidents in the future. Song Chi could not stay in this Jiexing floating land forever, and the Tianxu Sangqiong could not stay in the Zhulu ship stage. Once it was promoted to a battleship, it would be restricted by the rules jointly formulated by the 4 super empires of the Xinhua human civilization. At that time, even if he wanted to take action, it would be impossible, unless he wanted to challenge the authority of the 4 super empires. So Song Chi's idea was very simple. Before he and the Tianxu Sangqiong were promoted to the 5th level, before they were restricted by the rules, he would make a full-strength attack. And it was not a dispensable attack, but a thunderous move, using the Jihan Lu family as a chicken to intimidate all those evil monkeys who dared to show their intentions to spy on the Song family. It was precisely because he had a plan in mind that Song Chi's subsequent actions seemed particularly decisive. Swish! The battleship's hatch was opened, and a familiar fiery red figure rushed out of the cabin. But if you think that's all, you'd be totally wrong. This is just the beginning. After the flame giant, there was the Cyclops giant, and then a 6th level Jiaxing clan, several 15 level Jiaxing clan, and more than 200 4th level Jiaxing clan. This is still not over. In the main control room of the Tianxu Songqiong, Song Qi's mind changed. Qiongtian intelligent brain system, fully automatic sub-brain intelligent machinery. Open! After hundreds of 4th level Jiaxing clan, thousands of Hellfire mechas came out in a line. At this moment, the sky above the White Frost Castle was shrouded by dense figures. The pressure of 4th level, 5th level, and 6th level life forms was superimposed on each other. At this moment, all the people in the White Frost Castle below felt as if they were carrying an ancient sacred mountain on their backs. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sounds rang out in various places in the fortress, but none of the hundreds of thousands of Xinhua captains who saw this scene through the projection screen could laugh, because each of these crisp sounds represented a Xinhua captain who exploded due to the pressure. In various corners of Longji City, some Xinhua captains with ill intentions had their eyes shrinking rapidly. How dare he? This is a massacre. Someone spoke in a trembling voice, but someone beside him quickly responded. Massacre? Massacre what? That is Baishuang Fort, the Lu family's base in Jiaxing floating land, not Baishuang City. Everyone in the fort is a member of Jihan Lu's clan. Since you dared to plot against others, didn't you expect this result? Ridiculous. Song Qi, how dare you treat my Lu family normally? A 3,500-meter long Zhulu ship suddenly rushed out of Baishuang Fort below, and the captain of Zhulu inside was roaring. But before he could finish, Song Qi and Tianxu Sanqiong had already taken the lead in issuing an order. Go! Buzz buzz buzz, countless energies gathered from the sky above the White Frost Castle, flames, death starlight, nuclear energy particle beams. Under the wide eyes of countless people, more than 1,000 figures hanging high above the White Frost Castle took action together, and countless artillery fire poured down below. Boom boom boom. The terrifying energy explosion sounded through the sky, under layer after layer of energy storms. In just a few tens of seconds, the entire White Frost Castle, including the nuclear energy shield with a 6th level energy level above it, all completely turned into dust. Hiss! Is this the response of the Longji Song family? So cruel. Crazy, really crazy. Immediately notify the clan. Completely stop the temptation and all plans against the Song family. Chapter 473, The Power of Star Destroyer. Song Qi. Always keep my word. Without exception, everyone was terrified by Song Qi's crazy response. Who would have dared to think of razing the Jihan Lu family's base on the Jiaxing floating land to the ground? But now it is really happening. In comparison, Song Qi, as the person involved, seemed much calmer. He had considered the consequences of his actions very clearly, and did not regret it. He knew the current young generation of the family very well. Some of them were good seedlings, but compared with those families that had been passed down for more than 6,000 or 7,000 years, they were far from good enough. Although the family now occupied a vast territory of 80,000 light years, the population was different from other things. It could not be achieved in a short period of time. It would take at least 100 or 200 years of buffer. And what he is doing now is precisely for this purpose. Song Qi hopes that his move this time can deter the surrounding forces for a long enough time. Only in this way can the family have enough time to digest the benefits of this pioneering war. It is not even necessary to digest it completely. Only 1/10 of it needs to be digested. By then, even if he has entered the restrictions of the rules, he will not have to worry about these things. Because by then, the new generation of the family will be enough to support the face of a quasi-mortal family. While thinking, there was another roar from below. Song Qi. You deserve to die. My Lu family will never let you go. It was the captain of the Zhulu ship that was in charge of guarding the Jiaxing floating land of the Lu family. The combat power of this man's ship was not bad, and he persisted under many attacks. I won't say whether your Lu family will let me go, but what I know is that you will definitely die here today. After saying that, he was about to activate the Zen Seal external time stop feature to prevent this man from escaping with the ability of flash escape. However, as the direct descendant of a 6th rank clan, the other party was naturally not stupid. Before he spoke, he had already activated a component. A projection subcomponent. Buzz buzz buzz. The space above the sky was shaking violently. Song Qi. who was inside the Tianxu, could feel the strong sense of oppression. Almost in the blink of an eye, a giant mythical mecha projection with a height of more than 100,000 meters appeared above the ruins of Baishuang Castle. Inside the Tianxu, Song Qi's eyes shrank. Dreadnought projection. The ancestor of the Lu family has arrived. He felt a slight chill in his heart, but he still forced himself to stay calm and took out a special seal in his hand. The seal emitting silver light is called Void Seal Sub-Seal, which is a sub-seal condensed by the silver projection component Void Seal. With this seal, Song Wujiang's Dinghai Longxiang can be summoned for projection. Speaking of this Void Seal component, it was obtained by the two ancestors of the family after they killed a 6th-level Jiexing clan in the Pioneering War. Originally, there was only one red-quality projection component in the family, and the farthest projection distance was only 20,000 light-years. This silver projection is different. After being strengthened to LV70, it can project a maximum of 1 million light-years, which is enough to trigger the projection effect of Dinghai Longxiang far away in Longji continent. However, although Song Qi took out the seal, he did not rush to activate it. Instead, he turned his eyes to the projection of the Lu family ancestor's ship in front of him. According to the rule that battleships and above Xinhua warships cannot engage in any form of internal friction, the projection of the Lu family ancestor's dreadnought could not attack him. Everything that happened next also proved this point. After seeing the completely ruined White Frost Castle below, the red light in the eyes of the Lu family ancestor's mythical mecha projection flashed sharply. But even so, except for releasing its own 6th-level pressure, this mythical mecha projection with a height of more than 100,000 meters did nothing from beginning to end. Seeing this, Song Qi felt a little relieved. Unfortunately, with the arrival of the projection of the Lu family ancestor, it was impossible to move the Lu family's Zhulu captain, who was protected by the projection. Even though he was unwilling, Song Qi still forced himself not to think too much, and instead began to distract himself to recall all the slave creatures and hellfire mechas. However, at this time, a cold voice came from the projection of the 6th-level mythical mecha in front. Song Family Jr., you are very good. Really very good. Hearing this, Song Qi narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. It is not difficult to hear the deep malice from the other party's voice. Grandmaster Lu, this matter was all caused by your Lu family. Now you are saying this, isn't it funny? After responding to the other party, Song Qi retracted his gaze, and was too lazy to pay attention to it. With the current development trend of the Song family, as time goes by, the gap between the two families will only get bigger and bigger, and the other party should be anxious. But he didn't want to pay attention, but some people just like to die. Song Qi, wait for me, I will never give up until this revenge is avenged. Heh. Song Qi sneered. The coldness in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Looking at the Zhulu ship hovering behind the projection of the mythical mecha of the ancestor of the Lu family, it was like looking at a dead person. At a certain moment, the death tracking seal on the warship was activated, and a death mark that could not be detected by the naked eye shot towards the chasing ship, under the nose of a senior dreadnought projection. It was indeed very difficult to kill the opponent, but the duration of the projection component was limited. As long as the dreadnought projection dissipated, he could find the opponent at any time with the death tracking seal, and it would be much easier to take action at that time. However, he took it for granted that this death tracking seal had a hidden feature bonus, and was extremely difficult to be discovered. But it was too obvious to leave a mark in front of a senior dreadnought projection. It was discovered immediately, and then easily crushed by the 6th-level energy. This step completely ignited the fuse. Ignited the fuse that Song Qi was unwilling to endure. Since the feud has been completely established, it is better to cut the grass and root it out. What's the point of letting people go? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the Tianxu, without any cover. Whether it was the people present, or the hundreds of thousands of Xinhua captains far away in Longji City, or the high-level officials of various forces, who were observing this scene in real time through various remote monitoring components. They all heard the cold voice clearly at this moment. I remember saying, you will definitely die here today. After these words came out, regardless of how Song Qi felt, the other Xinhua captains who witnessed this scene all had their heartbeats speeding up instinctively. Even if they were not the ones involved, most of them still had their blood boiling. A Zhulu captain, in front of a fearless captain, asserted that his direct descendant would die today. This did not sound like stubborn words, but more like a judgment from above, making people applaud involuntarily. Because no matter what the final result of today is, at least this courage is enough to be the best in the contemporary era. Ignorant child. Are you challenging the majesty of a fearless captain? As if angered by Song Chi's words, the mythical mecha projection of the Lu family ancestor began to step forward step by step. The ice law, which was even more sensitive than the fire law of the Yanli giant, was spreading wildly, and the sky was freezing, under the influence of the wind and snow. Every time the mythical mecha projection took a step forward, the pressure that the Tianxu Sangqiong had to bear surged countless times. Buzz buzz buzz. On the outside of the black and white yin-yang counterattack annihilation shield, the holy light shield generated by the angel kingship wings parts was shaking violently, and the shield's brilliance was rapidly dimming over time. However, what no one saw was that Song Chi in the main control room of the Tianxu Sangqiong had no panic from beginning to end. Since he dared to speak, he naturally had his own confidence. Ignoring the projection of the sixth-order mythical mecha that was stepping forward in front of him, his mind suddenly changed, and fell on the purple sky divine thunder cannon that he had just acquired not long ago. Ninefold purple sky world-destroying tribulation thunder, activate. With the activation of this feature, the purple sky divine thunder cannon at the bow of the Tianxu Sangqiong suddenly changed its form, transforming from a main gun into a star-destroying cannon. Zizizizi. A large amount of thunder attribute energy gathered at the bow of the warship, quickly condensing into a cloud of heavenly tribulation thunder that covered the sky and the sun. For a moment, with the bow of the Tianxu Sangqiong as the center, the magnificent power of the ninefold tribulation thunder directly occupied most of the sky. Even the sixth-order pressure emitted by the projection of the mythical mecha of the ancestor of the Lu family in front was completely suppressed at this moment. The projection of the sixth-order mythical mecha that continued to move forward paused. Facing the gathering of the nine-layer purple sky world-destroying thunder, even the ancestor of the Lu family felt a great threat. The great ice law with a perception of more than 80% gathered around him, and slowly turned into a giant ice ridge of 10,000 meters. His intuition told him that a young man who was no more than 200 years old could not pose any threat to him, but the instinct he had developed over thousands of years did not allow him to gamble. There were countless strange parts in the broken star sea. Even the Star Destroyer had been caught off guard, not to mention that he was just a projection at the moment. However, at this moment, his thoughts suddenly paused. Even though the ship had a high resistance to time, the pause still lasted for 1 second. No! The ancestor of the Lu family noticed something was wrong at the first moment. But it was too late. In front of him, the purple thunder cannon of the Tianxu Sangqiong, which had temporarily transformed into a star-destroying cannon, had now passed the Zen meditation seal enter speed feature and directly completed the 10 seconds of energy storage required for the characteristic attack. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded through the world, and the purple thunder of terrifying diameter fell straight down. Before the Lu family ancestor could react, the thunderbolt had already landed on the 100,000 meter mythical mecha projection. Boom! 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 Ninefold thunderbolt. This is not just a simple name, but there are indeed 9 purple thunderbolts. Under the 9 thunderbolts, the dreadnought projection has dimmed to the extreme. But just when everyone thought it was over, a small singularity exploded at the end, and finally transformed into a micro-black hole, completely crushing the last bit of the remaining power of the dreadnought projection of the Lu family ancestor. Not only the mythical mecha projection transformed by the dreadnought, but also the Lu family's Julu warship was covered by this infinitely collapsing micro-black hole, even if it had activated the defensive characteristics of the red hull armor first. It was still compressed into a pile of scrap copper and rotten iron. But the bad news is that, in this way, the shipborne components loaded inside the warship were also submerged in the turbulent void. Song Chi didn't care too much. But now the matter was not over. The cold voice came out again from the Tianxu Sangqiong. Song Chi, always keep my word when I say it. This was naturally said to the forces that were monitoring this place. Destroying the Lu family's base in this Jiexing floating land was only a process. And the end result was actually to deter those restless forces. Not to mention 200 years. 100 years should be no problem. After a rough review of what he had done this time, Song Chi was quite satisfied with this iron-blooded suppression. He believed that in the next 100 years, no other forces would come to test his family. As for the 100 years later, that was not his business. 100 years was enough for the family to digest part of the gains from the pioneering war. In this way, it should not be difficult to cultivate a new generation of clan members who could suppress their peers. If this could not be done, it would be the fault of the old guys in the clan, and it had nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, Song-Chi opened the hatch again, and dozens of terracotta warriors rushed out one after another, rushing towards the ruins of the White Frost Castle below. After thousands of 4th level and above units took turns to concentrate their fire, the White Frost Castle was destroyed. But the Starsea wonders in it could not escape. According to the information displayed by the Eye of the Spirit Patrol radar, the highest among them is only a red rare item. But it is a rare item after all, so it is better to miss it. During the waiting period, Song-Chi was not idle. He specially went to Baishuang City, which is not far from here, and searched all the shops opened by the Lu family in the city, and got some good things. As for the other shops in Baishuang City, they were all opened by various forces, so they could not be touched, so as not to anger the public. After dealing with these, Song-Chi prepared to return to Lungji City. However, as his eyes swept over the Heavenly Fate compass plate component, his eyebrows suddenly raised. The light spot displayed on the component's base had not disappeared yet, and was moving away from the Jiexing floating land at full speed. Is it a mouse that escaped? It would be fine if it was not discovered. But since Song-Chi had discovered it, he would not let it go. With the Aurora jump device and Growler jump device working in turn, the Tianqiu Sangqiong quickly caught up with the target. Well, it was also a chasing ship. After seeing the Tianqiu Sangqiong catching up, this Yulu ship, which also came from the Lu family, quickly stopped, fearing that Song-Chi would sink it with a casual blow. However, to be on the safe side, Song-Chi still used the Void Binding God feature of the Binding God chain to prevent it from using the ability of escaping into the air and teleporting. Even if the opponent really ran away, with the Tianming-Si Nanpan component, he could easily catch up with the opponent again. But it was better to be safe. Under Song-Chi's cold rebuke, the captain of the 4th level Yulu ship of the Lu family in this Yulu ship quickly left the warship. In the spirit of maximizing benefits, Song-Chi activated the Master Servant contract component. After achieving his goal, he had already eliminated the 2 3rd level cruiser captains. There were still 2 remaining contract positions, enough to contract the 4th level Zhulu captain of the Lu family. As soon as the contract was completed, the 4th level captain of the Lu family looked at Song-Chi with a different look. From fear to respect. Chapter 474 Hearthstone Return Device and Battleship Transposition Device. Song-Chi did not waste time, seeing that the contract had been completed, and began to ask various questions to the captain of Zhulu, named Lu Xiuowu. In addition to the specific information about the ship's components of his ship Tianwu Xuanchuang, there were more questions about the situation of the Lu family in Jihan. Listening to what Lu Xiuowu said, Song-Chi's eyes flickered. According to him, the Lu family secretly hid a lot of strength. For example, the battleships were far from the 5 shown to the outside world. As far as Lu Xiuowu knew, there were no less than 7 battleship captains of the Lu family. In addition, the Lu family also had many colonies in the alien star domain. After learning all the secret information of the Lu family, Song-Chi wrote down the coordinates of a 6th level colonial floating land of the Lu family in the alien star domain. He planned to tell the 2 ancestors of the family about this to see if he could suppress them in a targeted manner. After all, the 2 families have already formed a deep hatred, and he would not miss this opportunity to directly suppress the other party. After that, he asked Lu Xiuowu to list the overall attributes of Tianwu Xuanchuang one by one. Looking at this information sheet, Song-Chi raised his eyebrows. It's true, as the direct descendant of the Jihan Lu family, the configuration of Lu Xiuowu's ship is really good. In addition to the orange Xinhua ship body that has been strengthened to level 44, there is actually a silver legendary component on his ship, and 3 red epic components, and more than 10 orange components. Of course, most of them are probably obtained from this great pioneering war, but it is enough to match the high configuration. The silver legendary component is called Hearthstone Return Device, which is a special transmission component. Hearthstone Return Device LV50. Quality, silver. Feature, Teleport Hearthstone. Feature 2, Hearthstone Communication. Feature 3, double the transmission distance. Feature 4, Loaded Warship Space Resistance plus 800. Consumption, 30/S psionic points effect. After the creature holding the Hearthstone actively activates the Hearthstone, it can be immediately teleported back to the warship where the component is loaded. The current maximum transmission distance is 5,2500 by 2 light years. Teleport Hearthstone. Consume 30,000 psionic points. condition a Hearthstone. Currently, up to 6 Hearthstones can exist at the same time. Hearthstone communication. Real-time communication can be carried out between the Hearthstone and the Hearthstone return device. The maximum communication distance is equal to the maximum transmission distance. For this silver component, Song-Chi was still a little surprised. Compared with the spirit summoning demon puppet component on the Tianqiu Sangqiong, its effective distance is farther. And it can also communicate with each other in real time. However, Song-Chi thought about it, and still did not let Lu Shuo remove the component. It was not because he was kind-hearted. The value of a silver legendary item was there. But Song-Chi had his own considerations. He planned to let Lu Shuo return to the Lu family, and with a market walking order, let him serve as his eyes and ears in the Lu family, and report the Lu family's movements to him in real time. If the Hearthstone return device was taken away, the Lu family would definitely notice it. After all, the Hearthstone return device in Lu Shuo's hand was not a secret in the Lu family. In addition to this Hearthstone return device, the 3 red parts are a red ship armor, a red super main gun, and a rare special transposition part. As for transposition parts, Song-Chi's deepest impression was when he went to the Pajuo Heritage Tower. Because of the appearance of the golden part Pajuo Zen seal, the various alien races fought each other. In order to save his life, Song Gang forcibly used the transposition part on this guy. If it weren't for the abnormal state purifier part, he would have succeeded. However, compared to the purple transposition component in Song Gang, the red transposition component installed on Lu Shuo's ship is obviously much stronger. Battleship Transposition Device LV50. Quality, red. Features, Battleship Transposition. Feature 2, Transposition Priority plus 600. Feature 3, Interstellar Transformation. Consumption, 20/S psionic points effect. After loading, Battleship Space Resistance plus 1000. Battleship Transposition. Consume 50,000 psionic points. Specify a battleship as the target. Let the loaded battleship immediately exchange positions with the designated battleship. Cooling time 48 hours. Cross-star Transformation. Consumes 80,000 psionic points. Binds a warship. When the bound warship encounters a crisis, no matter where it is, it can actively choose to trigger the transformation effect. If the captain of the loaded warship agrees, the loaded warship will temporarily swap positions with the bound warship and replace the bound warship to fight. Duration 30 minutes. Cooling time 50 years. Note, it can be bound to up to 3 warships, but no matter which bound warship triggers it, the feature will be put into cooldown, and the feature cannot be triggered by other warships again during the cooldown period. Hearthstone return device is not easy to get, but this warship transposition device has no scruples, and Song-Chi directly asked Lu Shuo to uninstall it. The transposition feature of this component is not bad, but Song-Chi pays more attention to the third feature of cross-star conversion. This feature is somewhat similar to the warship projection of the projection component, and both can temporarily summon other warships to assist. But there is one biggest difference between the two. The projection component has a projection distance limit, but this cross-star conversion feature does not have it. The Starry Sea is vast, let alone the chapter of Shadow Descent on the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which has a projection distance of only 5,000 light-years. Even if the family has just acquired the Void Seal component, which has been strengthened to level 70, the maximum projection distance is only 1,000,000 light-years. Compared to the vast Starry Sea, it is just a drop in the ocean. In comparison, this cross-starry sky conversion feature is much stronger. It can ignore the distance and temporarily convert across the Starry Sea. Even if the bound warship encounters a life and death crisis during the exploration of alien star fields, this feature can be activated. The only drawback is probably the 50-year cooling time. Even with the assistance of Zen Seal Inner Speed and Time Chess, its cooling time is still 6.5 years. However, Song-Chi feels it is not bad. For this component, Song-Chi's idea is to bind it to the ship of his father, mother and Song-Ting, so that he does not need to worry about the restrictions of Shadow coming chapter. As for Shin Yuran, he has the Yin-Yang projection feature of heart-to-heart pendant and a market projection order, so he does not need to consider this. After loading the battleship transposition device parts onto the Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song-Chi directly enhanced it to level 60. However, after being enhanced to level 60, the number of battleships that can be bound to the cross-starry sky transformation feature at the same time has increased to 4. In addition to my parents and Song-Ting, I can consider my grandparents later. If anyone goes out to perform dangerous tasks, they can be temporarily bound to the ship. After handling everything, Song Chi let Lu Shuo go and let him return to the Lu family according to the previous plan. And he returned to Longji City. The effect of his move was remarkable. In the following years, the prosperity of Song's Dragon Ridge City did not decline at all, but became more and more popular. After the video of Song Chi's move against Baishuang Castle spread, a large number of Xinhua captains came here because of his reputation. In addition, the Song family shop's cost-effectiveness naturally left a good reputation in the hearts of these captains. Over time, the Dragon Ridge shop became more and more well-known. Compared with these individual Xinhua captains, the other forces stationed in the public area did seem to be particularly well-behaved during this period. The terrifying blow that the Sky-ruined sky had delivered to the Dreadnought projection before is not so easy to forget. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the Zhutian market, today is the opening day for a new round of market transactions. In the free stall area, Song Chi paused and stopped in front of the stall of a sturdy ice giant. This ice giant exudes a strong fifth-order life breath, and is nearly 10 meters tall, which makes him unique among the countless alien races in the free stall area. And this is the case when Song Chi took the initiative to force all the aliens entering the market to compress their bodies. Otherwise, the original size of this ice giant is far more than this. But tens of thousands of meters. How much is this thing? Pointing to a football-sized ice crystal stone on the stall. Song Chi, who looked like a blue blood, looked up and asked, "One strand of the 5th level floating land origin." The ice giant answered with a buzzing sound. Song Chi nodded calmly, without revealing the joy in his heart, and quickly took out one strand of the 5th level floating land origin from the storage capsule, successfully completing the transaction. After walking towards other stalls, he muttered, in this way, "The special resources that may be used for the Zhulu ship to upgrade to a battleship are all gathered. In addition, the guidance technique has successfully broken through level 49 not long ago. It's time to start the battleship upgrade task." That's right. The ice crystal stone he just bought is the 10,000-year ice mother stone that may be used for the upgrade to a battleship. With this 10,000-year ice mother stone, all preparations for the Tianxiu Sanqing ship to upgrade to a battleship are ready. After asking the family later if there is no problem, he can officially start the promotion of Tianxiu Sanqing. At the end of the market transaction, the 5th level ice giant exchanged a red wonder for a market walking order. Song Chi was not surprised by this. Ice giants like to live in groups. If I guess correctly, there is a high probability that there is a group of ice giants behind this 5th level ice giant. This is obviously another potential big customer in the future. To breed species like ice giants, the level of the floating land in the Star Sea where it is located cannot be low. After counting the gains from this market transaction, Song Chi came to the God's Kingdom mission platform. After the market was upgraded to level 5, this golden quality market equipment was immediately upgraded to level 70. Although it cost Song Chi one strand of level 7 floating land origin and a master true spirit, the improvement in its attributes was well worth the expense. After upgrading to level 7, the number of players in the God's Kingdom mission platform soared to 5 million. Even after more than 20 years, its quota is still not full. With the help of millions of alien players from the Kingdom of God, Song Chi has benefited a lot in recent years. For example, the black hole dense stone that was extremely difficult to acquire before. With the help of alien players widely distributed in hundreds of thousands of different star fields, he has also acquired a lot. Even the extremely rare antimatter source. He has also acquired 3 in the past 20 years. But unfortunately the volume is too small, and it is not enough for the antimatter source evolution engine to complete the quality evolution. This time, Song Chi came in for another bounty mission, buying low-level and intermediate-level intelligent brains at high prices. This was a task he had issued a long time ago as the Lord of the Kingdom of God. Although many people accepted it, he had never seen any player actually take out an intelligent brain. However, just now, this task received a handover prompt. As his mind moved, dozens of low-level intelligent brains soon appeared in his hand. With the authority to control the Lord of the Kingdom of God, Song Chi's mind quickly emerged with the figure of the player who had handed over the task. It was a little different from what he imagined. The one who handed over the task was not a few mechanical people among the millions of players in the Kingdom of God, but a seemingly ordinary dog-headed man. Interesting, a 4th-level dog-headed man actually got so many low-level intelligent brains. I can find an opportunity to ask him later to see if he can get a mid-level intelligent brain. Song Chi did not stay in the trading space of the players of the Kingdom of God for too long. He quickly returned to the market freestyle area inside the Tianxu Sangqiong. As the silver light flashed many times, the Qiongqian intelligent brain system, which had been at level 50 for more than 10 years, finally strengthened to level 60. Looking at its properties again, as expected, if it needs to be strengthened later, it will already need a mid-level intelligent brain. However, compared to this, Song Chi is still very satisfied with the properties of the Sky intelligent brain system after it was strengthened to the 6th level. Not to mention anything else. Just the feature of fully automatic sub-brain intelligent machinery. The number of sub-brains that can be differentiated at one time has increased from 1,000 to 3,000. It is not a qualitative change. But once equipped with 3,000 Hellfire mechas, imagine the scene of 3,000 4th-level units attacking with all-round firepower. The deterrent power is still unquestionable. Even if it is equipped with the more powerful 5th-level Moro's Sky Escape mecha, the destructive power is simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, Song Chi rubbed his forehead and sighed. Not to mention the difficulty of mass production of the 5th-level Moroa Dunkong mecha. Even if the family research department successfully built a mass production line in the future, it would be a huge problem to buy 3,000 5th-level Moroa Dunkong mechas. Even with Song Chi's current wealth. If he really wanted to buy 3,000 5th-level Moroa Dunkong mechas at one time, he would probably go bankrupt. Shaking his head, Song Chi did not think about it anymore, but left the market and hurried to send a communication to the family. All preparations for the battleship upgrade have been completed. Song Chi naturally wants to upgrade the Tianxu Sangqiong as soon as possible, with the luxurious configuration of the Tianxu Sangqiong. Once it is upgraded to a battleship, many parts of the battleship can be upgraded to the 7th level. By then, he will have the confidence to face the dreadnought. However, although the idea is good, the cost of all resources will be a bottomless pit. Fortunately, the previous pioneering war has gained enough, plus the income from the market transactions and the God's Kingdom mission platform. It should be enough to meet the subsequent round of major enhancements after the upgrade. Chapter 475 The Ultimate Foundation of the Dinghai Song Family. Xiaoqi, are you sure you are ready? The battleship promotion is not just talk. If you are a little careless, everything before will be burned to ashes. Through the long-distance communication disc, Song Chi took the initiative to contact Song Xiuan, who was guarding Jiefeng floating land, and told him about his intention to try to start the battleship promotion mission. After listening, Song Xiuan neither agreed nor rejected, but asked Song Chi to think carefully. Song Chi, who had already made the decision, naturally did not hesitate. Grandfather, I have made up my mind. After receiving his definite reply, Song Xiuan said only one word. Okay. Then the two discussed for a while, and the final result was that Song Chi would continue to stay in Jiefeng floating continent for a few months, and then return to Longji continent after the new garrison member sent by the family arrived. Half a year later, the garrison member, who was responsible for replacing Song Chi, arrived in Longji city. Seeing the newcomer, Song Chi's eyes were full of surprise. Master, why are you here to take over? The person who came was Song Xuansong, who was just trying to reach the 5th level of the guiding technique during the previous pioneering war, and was not able to participate in this pioneering war in person. Now, judging from the aura emanating from his body, it is clear that the guiding technique has successfully reached the 5th level. Also, congratulations to the master. The guiding technique has officially reached the 5th level. Song Xuansong had a very warm smile on his face. Of course, he had heard all the details of this pioneering war. While feeling happy about the family's proud harvest, he also sincerely appreciated Song Chi's outstanding performance. The family is short of manpower now. I am the only one who can spare a hand. Besides, the family knows about your action 10 years ago. You did a good job. This way, we will have enough time to digest the gains of this war. Okay, go back. I heard that you are going to start the battleship promotion mission. The two ancestors of the family are waiting. In the next year, they will personally take you to the alien star field to hunt high-level aliens. Listening to what Song Xuansong said, Song Chi had a faint doubt in his heart. Two ancestors? Isn't the original ancestor in Jiefeng floating land? With Song Xuansong's current status as the captain of the battleship, who else can he call the ancestor? But Song Xuansong obviously didn't mean to explain, and waved his hand to let him return to Longji continent quickly. Before leaving, Song Chi added another sentence. By the way, the head of the family, There are a lot of Tianqing grass planted in Longji Mountain Palace, but in a short period of time. If you want to cultivate it into a 3,000-year-old super Tianqing grass, you need to continue to use life crystals to assist. I left a lot of spiritual spring water in the secret library, and watered it together with the life crystals. The effect is very good, don't forget it. After speaking, he went all the way to the battleship summoning room, then used the market secret realm as a transit, and quickly returned to Longji Continent. Longji Continent, Longji Sacred Mountain, Family Ancestral Hall. After Song Qi entered the Ancestral Hall, he soon saw two figures who had been waiting there for a long time. First Ancestor. When he looked at the second person, Song Qi's eyes lit up with joy. Ru Zhu, did you successfully become the captain of the dreadnought? The person sitting with Song Wujiang on the golden chair above the Ancestral Hall was Song Xingru. During the Pioneering War, Song Xingru's ship had accumulated sufficient resources. Song Qi knew this, and he also heard that Ru Zhu had the urge to try to be promoted. Now it seems that it is obvious that he succeeded. Seeing the smile from the heart on Song Qi's face, Song Xingru's mouth also rose, but she shook her head in the end. Purple Moon Song has successfully been promoted to a dreadnought, but my guidance technique is still a little lacking. However, it is more important for you to be promoted to a battleship, so it is not a big problem for me to delay for a year. Song Qi suddenly realized. It makes sense when he thought about it. This is a promotion from the 5th level guidance technique to the 6th level. On average, it will take at least 100 or 80 years. Now it has only been more than 10 years since the end of the Pioneering War. How could it be possible to break through so quickly? The original ancestor used a high-level spiritual fruit that the family had left, but it still took nearly 50 years to successfully break through. If Song Xingru didn't have the assistance of other high-level spiritual objects, Song Qi estimated that it would take at least 100 years. Xiao Qi, since you have decided to start the battleship promotion mission, the family will naturally support you with all their strength. However, before the promotion is officially started, there is another thing that needs to be completed first. After Song Xingru finished speaking, Song Wujiang, who had always had a faint smile on his face, suddenly spoke. As these words came out, Song Qi saw Song Xingru's face change obviously. She was no longer smiling, but only solemn. Seeing this, Song Qi also instinctively perked up. His intuition told him that what Song Wujiang was going to say next was definitely very important. But in the next 10 seconds, he did not wait for Song Wujiang to speak. Instead, he noticed the gray mist that filled the entire ancestral hall. Song Qi knew what this was. He had seen it several times before. It was a special gray mist produced by the family ancestral hall, which could effectively block the outside world's prying and monitoring. When the gray mist filled the entire hall, Song Wujiang's voice followed. Xiao Qi, don't resist. Hearing this, before he could think about it, a great force had already acted on Song Qi. He felt his mind suddenly sink, and an unknown strange energy was madly invading his mind, deep in the center of his eyebrows. Whether it was the silver fire seed, or the illusory soul-calming monument, and the phantom of the demon puppet floating above the fire seed, they were all trembling wildly at this moment, resisting and rejecting the invasion of foreign energy. This was not Song Qi's initiative, but the three self-defense instinct. However, thinking of the 4 words "don't resist" from the old ancestor just now, Song Qi's mind suddenly changed, and he began to actively appease the fire seed, the soul-calming monument, and the demon puppet shadow. Under his appeasement, the 3 finally stopped resisting and rejecting, and allowed the unknown energy to flow into the fire ancestral aperture. While appeasing, Song Qi's mind was also looking at the special energy that flowed into the fire ancestral aperture. As time went by, this special energy was all gathered around the fire seed in the center of the ancestral aperture. Finally, it surrounded the silver fire seed, and condensed into a somewhat familiar illusory hall. Stone pillars, chairs. Is this the shadow of the family ancestral hall? While whispering, the shadow of the suspected family ancestral hall completely condensed into shape. Although it is the same as the soul-calming monument and soul-protecting demonic puppet, they are all illusory forms, but the protection of the fire seed is much stronger. The shadows of the soul-calming monument and soul-protecting demonic puppet are just suspended above the fire seed, but the shadow of the ancestral hall completely covers the fire seed. The whole hall is like a closed and solid city, protecting the fire seed in all directions. Before his mind could continue to wander in this illusory palace, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in his eyes that only he could see. Soon, and a tribute panel appeared. Wonderful item, Dragon Whale Palace. Quality, black/incomplete. Effect, Spiritual Palace. Starry Sky Projection. Enlightenment Amplification. Chaos Mist. Starry Sky Throne. Ancient Whale Fall. Repair 3 times. 0 out of 100 Chaos Chi. Note, an 8th level Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale was nurtured for 1,000,000 years, and then bathed in the blood of an 8th level Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale, and finally turned into an incredible wonder, but it is still incomplete at present. Song Chi's eyes widened. He thought of something. But at this time, Song Wujiang's voice came again. Didn't you always wonder about those 2 strands of chaotic energy before? Well, they are used in the family's Dragon Whale Hull. Song Chi looked up, wanting to ask something. However, the voice sounded again. This time it was no longer Song Wujiang, but Song Xingru's voice. Dragon Whale Hull was obtained by our ancestor during an exploration of an alien star field more than 3,000 years ago. At that time, our ancestor was still a 3rd-level cruiser captain. It was because of this encounter that Dinghai Longxiang and the subsequent rise of our Song family were created. Song Chi's eyes turned. Ancestor. The Dragon Spine Secret Art Inheritance Monument. The Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale Mythical Mecha Visualization Diagram. Etc. Are all from here? Of course. After getting a definite answer, Song Chi's heart was unsettled. As for the idea of luck, he has always been quite proud of it. Not counting the Zhu Tian market. A very high-ranking secret realm. The three-eyed royal family's flagship, and the small black hole in the Han Tian star domain are enough to surpass 99% of Xinhua captains. But compared to the ancestor Song Wujiang, it is completely insignificant. Through the introduction of this Dragon Whale Hull, it is not difficult to see that the alien star field that the ancestor encountered in the Dragon Whale Hull was the place where the 8th-level dragon-backed whale that gave birth to it fell from the stars. It was an 8th-level star beast. In addition, this Dragon Whale Hull is obviously extraordinary. Even though it is incomplete, it is already a black and rare object. This makes Song Chi think of the 4 words colorful mythology. If the Dragon Whale Hull is really a colorful mythical object, its value is simply unimaginable to Song Chi. Seeing the astonishment on his face, Song Wujiang smiled, and then said in a calm voice, "Okay, don't stand there. Come up and try this Starry Sky Throne." Song Chi nodded, and then the dark energy in his body surged, dragging his body into the air. After successfully sitting on one of the bronze chairs, his eyes flashed sharply. Is this an increase in comprehension? Song Chi could feel that his mind was extremely clear at the moment, and his mental power was much more active than before. Even the affinity with the 2 laws of space and light that existed around the ancestral temple had been greatly improved. Of course, this increase is indeed not small, but compared with the double pupils, the high-level original secret realm, it is still far behind. During the previous repair, there were only 30 thrones in this Dragon Whale Palace, and they were already full, so it was difficult to disqualify anyone. Not long ago, with the help of the 2 strands of chaotic energy obtained from the Jiexing clan civilization, the conditions for the second repair were met, and the number of thrones increased to 100. Chi, don't think too much. The Starry Sky Throne has a certain blessing for the perception of the origin law. If it can be used at the 3rd level, the effect will obviously be better. Song Xingru was afraid that Song Chi would think too much, so she took the initiative to explain. Song Chi shook his head slightly, not caring about it. Instead, he was curious whether this Starry Sky Throne could be summoned from the outside world. If it could be summoned in the market, with the help of the double pupils and the blessing of the market itself, as well as the enlightenment cushion, the speed of understanding the law would be further improved. In addition, he was also curious about the effect of the ancient whale fall. He had a basic understanding of the other 5 effects: enlightenment enhancement, Starry Sky Throne, spiritual hall, chaos mist. Needless to say, these have been more or less reflected. And as for the Starry Sky projection, Song Chi guessed that it was a means by which many of the family elders, although many of them were in the alien star field, descended to the ancestral temple to participate in family meetings through projection. Ancestor, what exactly is this ancient whale fall? There was no hiding it. Since he was confused, Song Chi asked directly. On the golden chair in front, Song Wujiang replied softly, "You can regard it as the last blow of the phantom of the ancient dragon whale's true spirit. After activating it, it can launch a powerful attack. But this effect can only be activated on the Dragon Ridge continent. It is the last means of defense for the family. After figuring out everything, Song Chi's eyes were bright. No matter what quality of the Dragon Whale Palace was. At least now his shortcomings in mind have been perfectly compensated. With the black and perfect quality Dragon Whale Palace fully guarding, his mind will hardly be threatened by the outside world. Dragon Ridge Continent Sky Dome. Sandwiched between two dreadnoughts, Song Chi started the battleship promotion mission of Tianxu Sanqiong. From the initial 0.01%, Song Chi gradually invested various resources: 10,000 years Ice Mother Stone, 6th level Jishin Clan Blood, 6th level Peak Evil God Blood, ordinary Jishin Clan Overlord Blood. Soon, the success rate of the promotion task panel increased to a very considerable value. Battleship Promotion Mission Tianxu Sanqiong. Current promotion success rate, 37.01%. Special resource formula for promotion 2 halves. 10,000-year-old Ice Mother Stone *1, intermediate space attribute law crystal *1. Additional promotion resources. 6th level Jishin Clan Blood 14%, 6th level Peak Evil God Blood 12%, ordinary Dominant Blood 1%. Bathing in alien blood. None having not bathed in any alien blood, the promotion success rate is already as high as 37%. For an ordinary Xinhua captain, it is unthinkable to have this success rate in upgrading to a battleship. However, for Song Chi, this was far from enough. After all, there was no chance to repeat the battleship promotion. Once the promotion failed, everything had to start from scratch. As for the special parts that Corpse Dog had mentioned before, which could prevent the battleship from sinking despite failing the promotion, Song Chi did not ask. It was not that he was embarrassed to ask, but that a member had asked before. However, Corpse Dog did not own the special parts. He borrowed them from a friend, and had already returned them. After seeing this reply, all the members of the Star Tower understood that although the Corpse Dog could be borrowed again, it was not his own part after all, and it was not good to lend out a friend's things. Regarding this statement, no one in the Yogwang Star Tower doubted it. Given the character of the Corpse Dog, if it was really his own part, he would have lent it to many members of the Star Tower long ago. Chapter 476. Hearing about Black devouring King Beast again. As the promotion mission of Tianxu Sanqiong was launched, Dinghai Longxiang 2 red mosaic light bands were shot out from the hull at the right time, and soon tightly wrapped around Tianxu Sanqiong and Ziyue Changde. Then, the 3 ships started to launch into the alien star domain one after another. Accompanied by violent space fluctuations, the 3 warships disappeared together in the sky of Lingji continent. The alien star sea, the phantom star domain. Looking at the floating land of the star sea with a diameter of nearly 10 light-years below, Song Chi, in the main control room of the warship, had a flash of doubt in his eyes. Through the extreme pupil power granted by his double pupils, he can penetrate the clouds below the floating land shield, and clearly see the situation on the surface of the floating land. There are a large number of human civilization buildings on the 5th level life-type floating land below. Although many places seem to be vacant, there are still scattered small and medium-sized settlements of the Song clan. Obviously, this is a 5th level floating land that has become a family colony. As for the large number of vacant settlements on the floating land, Song Chi can roughly guess some reasons. It is likely that they were transported away by the family's transit warships in recent decades. The family has newly occupied a star field of 80,000 light-years in the Tianpan River system. The immigration operation is now in full swing. In order to solve the problem of insufficient population, the colonies under the jurisdiction of each branch of the family are transporting a large number of clan members. Song Chi's doubts are that since it is already a mature immigration point, the high-level alien races in this star field must have been cleared out. What did the ancestor want to do by bringing the Tianxu Sanqiong here? Through the Warship Magnetic Wave Communication Group chat, Song Wujiang saw the doubts in Song Chi's heart and explained, although this Wanling star field has been occupied by the family, its northern part is adjacent to a mid-level civilization that has just entered the 6th level. Song Chi suddenly realized that a mid-level civilization that has just entered the 6th level means that the 6th level units are limited. With the 2 dreadnoughts Dinghai Longxiang and Ziyue Changde, it can be solved without any pressure. Without delay, the 3 ships started space jumps. When the jump arrived at the northernmost end of the Phantom Star region, the first thing Song Chi saw was 2 giant steel war stars wrapped in black armor. Compared with the 2 primary mobile war stars outside the Holy Dragon continent, these 2 war stars were not only larger in size, but also looked more ferocious against the background of the dense artillery. However, compared with the advanced mobile war star that the Eagle family brought out in the previous pioneering war, which was comparable to a 6th level unit, there was still a big gap. These are 2 intermediate mobile war stars sent by the family through the space wormhole. The ancestor personally led the team to participate in the pioneering war before, and we can only transfer 2 intermediate mobile war stars to deter the bloodbath civilization. Song Xingru's explanation came to his ears, and Song Qi also remembered the relevant information about the bloodbath civilization he had just seen. The bloodbath civilization is the intermediate civilization that has just entered the 6th level, and is adjacent to the northern part of the Phantom civilization. The time of its civilization inheritance is similar to that of the Phantom civilization, both of which are close to 50,000 years. But its territory is even longer than the Phantom Star region, stretching for nearly 40,000 light-years. According to the information collected by the family, the Bloodbat civilization currently has a starry sky bloodbat that has just entered the 6th level, more than 25th level bloodbats, and thousands of 4th level bloodbats. If all of them are killed, the Tianxu Sangqiong should be able to increase the success rate of promotion. Led by 2 dreadnoughts, the Tianxu Sangqiong rushed into the territory of the Bloodbat civilization. Facing the 2 5th level mobile war stars is a civilization defense star zone established by the Bloodbat civilization. This star zone, with a diameter of only tens of light years, is guarded by 6 5th level bloodbats and dozens of 4th level bloodbats of the Bloodbat civilization. Based on this, Dinghai Longxiang immediately activated a space blockade component on the ship to prevent these high-level bloodbats from escaping. Although these starry sky bloodbats follow the law of blood, which has nothing to do with the law of space, they are starry sky creatures after all. Their bat wings are extremely special. They can escape into the dark space when flapped at a high frequency, thus achieving the effect of ultra-long distance travel. If you don't block the space in advance, it is not easy to strangle this kind of creature. However, by blocking the space in advance, everything that follows becomes extremely simple. The Tianxu Sangqing only needs to deal with those 4th level star bloodbats, and the 5th level bloodbats will be dealt with by the Dinghai Longxiang and Ziyue Changge. In just a few hours, 6 5th level bloodbats and more than 50 4th level bloodbats fell under the gunfire of the Tianxu Sangqiong. After cleaning up this outpost star area, the 3 warships rushed to the center of the bloodbat star field, where the 5th level bloodbat continent is located. The mission time for the Zhulu ship to be promoted to a battleship is also only 1 year. Only when the battleship is promoted to a dreadnought will this time increase to 2 years. Time is precious, and there is no room for delay. Song Qi also saw a piece of information in the family data. When the dreadnought starts the mission of upgrading to a star destroyer, the mission time will directly increase to 10 years. From the tip of the iceberg, we can see how difficult it is for the dreadnought to be upgraded to a star destroyer. Bloodbat star region. Bloodbat continent. Starry sky bloodbats are starry sky creatures, which can grow freely in the starry sea. But it does not mean that they will not occupy high-level floating land. The simplest point is that high-level floating land can stably produce high-level floating land essence, which can accelerate the growth and evolution of flesh and blood creatures, which is incomparable to most starry sea environments. However, although the Bloodbat civilization has been promoted to the 6th level civilization, it has not been promoted for a long time. Although the diameter of the Bloodbat continent is more than 20 light years, it still remains at the peak of the 5th level. This is why Song Wujiang and Song Xingru brought Song Qi to the Bloodbat star region, if it is really a 6th level floating land. Although there will be more high-level creatures that can be bred on it, the 6th level floating land shield is not something that the Song family can easily break now. In comparison, the floating land shield of the 5th level floating land is much easier to break. I saw a beam of light shot out from the 2 warships Dinghai Longxiang and Tianxu Sangqiong at the same time. It was not the kind of powerful attack beam, but a special shield-breaking light. Tianxu Sangqiong activated the sky-breaking cone that had evolved into red quality, and Song Wujiang also had a red shield-breaking component. As the 2 shield-breaking lights fell on the floating land shield of the Bloodbat continent below, the light shield covering the entire floating land began to produce strong ripples, and the light on it was also dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, after all, the floating land shield was condensed by a whole piece of level 5 peak floating land. Even if the 2 special shield-breaking parts were red parts that were strengthened to level 6, it was impossible to easily break its protection. Until the end, there was only a crack like a giant spider web on the floating land shield. and it was not directly broken. However, Song Chi and the other two never pinned all their hopes on the two shield-breaking parts. They just wanted to weaken the power of the floating land shield below. The real means have always been the countless ship guns that have been charging since the moment the shield-breaking light was activated. Inside the floating land shield, a large amount of dark red blood gushed out of the 6th level bloodbat. Carrying the Great Perfection blood law, the dark red blood quickly condensed into a bloodbat phantom with a wingspan of more than 100,000 meters. It crossed the floating land shield and rushed straight to the 3 Xinhua warships that were charging their guns. The 6th level Starry Sky bloodbat obviously felt the strong threat from the 3 warships and wanted to take the initiative to interrupt the charging of the warships. However, the 3 warships that had been prepared were not moved. A circle of golden light gushed out from the Tianxu Sanqiong in the middle. The next second, the flying speed of the bloodbat phantom with a wingspan of more than 100,000 meters dropped significantly. When it flew close to the 3 warships, all the ship guns had been fully charged. Seeing this, Song Wujian's words of praise came from the warship's magnetic wave communication group chat. Xiaoqi, this time domain component on your ship is really good. When you upgrade to a battleship later, you can strengthen this component to the 7th level. Maybe it can play a certain auxiliary role when targeting the Black Beast King. Hearing the words Black Beast King, Song Chi's eyes flashed. He had never forgotten this dominant creature sleeping in the black hole of the Hun Tian star field. But he had never heard the next word after telling the ancestor of the clan. Now this is the first time he has heard the family's plan for this dominant creature. Although he was curious about the family's subsequent specific arrangements, it was obviously not the time to be distracted. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of beams shot out, and all landed on the giant spider web crack on the floating land shield below. Crack! A faint cracking sound came, and looking down, the floating land shield of the blood-back continent suddenly cracked with a large diameter. Hiss! 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 Inside the floating land, a sharp overclock sound wave came from the mouth of the 6th level bloodbat. And just as it was about to mobilize many 5th level and 4th level bloodbats around to guard the crack, it was too late. The 6th level Abyss Devil, who had already received Song Chi's order, issued a command first. Hundreds of 4th level and above Jiexing clan rushed into the shield crack below and fought with the bloodbats. As for the only 6th level Jiexing clan, under the remote command of the Abyss Devil, it took on the blood sickle that kept bombarding it, and held its palms tightly against the gap in the floating land shield to prevent it from repairing itself. After that, the 3 warships of the Song family entered the interior of the floating land, as well as the Flame Giant, Fire Dragon Lizard, Dragon Demon, and other 6th level slave creatures. From the moment they successfully entered the blood-back continent, the outcome was actually doomed. 1.5 months later, almost all of the level 4 and above Starry Sky bloodbats on the entire blood-back continent were killed by the Tianxu Sanqiong, and a few escaped. But the impact was not great. A fire-breathing dragon was left to guard the blood-back continent, waiting for the arrival of the subsequent family development fleet. Song Wujiang's plan was to place this level 5 peak floating land after the level 6 floating lands such as Jiefeng and Jieyue, as the next target of the origin core stealing instrument. Although the diameter of the Dragon Spine floating continent was only more than 50 light years when it was promoted to the 6th level, after the continuous investment of the floating continent's origin core during the Pioneering War, it is now close to 100 light years. After the subsequent investment of the 6 origin cores of the 6th level floating continents such as Jiefeng, Jieyue, Dragon Spine 001, and Dragon Spine 002, it will soon reach 200 or even 300 light years. In other words, as long as the Song family persists and is willing to invest manpower and material resources, it is believed that it will not take too long for the Dragon Spine continent to reach the peak of the 6th level floating continent. At that time, the family will be able to try to make it impact the 7th level floating continent. After arranging the follow-up work, Song Chi and the other 2 did not stay for long and immediately returned to Longji continent. In the following months, Dinghai Longxiang and Ziyue Chengde took Tianxu Sanqiong to visit many alien star regions, including the colonies developed by the family and the intermediate alien civilization star regions reported by the clan members in recent years. 7 months later, that is, the 9th month of Tianxu Sanqiong's battleship promotion mission, this continuous action stopped. It was not Song Wujiang or Song Xingru, but Song Chi who took the initiative to stop. Grandmaster Ru, it's almost done. My grandson knows about a primitive secret realm, but due to the confidentiality agreement, I can't tell you any information about it. Well, if it's possible, my grandson would like to borrow the 6th level dragon demon and fire dragon lizard on your ship first. The top leaders of the Song family basically knew that Song-Chi could go to a special beast clan secret realm. So after hearing Song-Chi take the initiative to speak, Song Wujiang and the others did not object. After successfully taking over the enslavement rights of the dragon demon and the fire dragon lizard, Song-Chi used the market as a transit point and quickly entered the spirit beast secret realm. Summoning the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song-Chi did not rush to take action, but carefully approached the weak node connecting the secret realm with the fragments of the outside world. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities, he began the subsequent plan. 3 years ago, after Rosetta Morningstar had dealt with all the affairs of the Morningstar Kingdom, she chose to return to the Dusk Star domain as expected. Under the great power of the Star Destroyer, she forcibly tore the shield outside the fragments of the Fairyland continent and began a comprehensive search for the fragments of the Fairyland continent. But so far, it has not discovered the existence of the Spirit Beast secret realm. It's still too risky. After cleaning up this secret realm for the last time, its value will be very little, and we can't come here again later, otherwise we might be caught by the Morning Star family one day. Muttering, Song-Chi turned the Tianxu Sangqiong ship around and headed straight for the mountain where the Chongming Divine Bird's nest was. In Song-Chi's opinion, the most valuable things in this Spirit Beast secret realm are the Chongming Divine Bird and the Heavenly Demon Phoenix. If possible, he still wants to take the 2 Chongming Divine Birds away. In comparison, the family's Dragon Ridge secret realm is even better than this Spirit Beast secret realm, and they can be transferred to the Dragon Ridge secret realm. Not long after, Song-Chi successfully found the 5th level Chongming Divine Bird, which was still carrying the young bird that had also been promoted to the 4th level. Originally, he thought it might take some time to talk, but as he took the initiative to release Chongyu, after the mother and son met, the Chongming Divine Bird that had reached the peak of the 5th level quickly agreed, bringing the other young bird with it, allowing Song-Chi to enslave them, and then put them into the Tianxu Sangqiong. Chapter 477, Promoted to a Battleship. After successfully taking the 2 Chongming Divine Birds into the battleship, Song-Chi had no more worries. With a temporarily borrowed red blockade component as the core, cooperating with the Yanli Giant, Cyclops Troll, 6th level Jiexing Clan, Fire Dragon Lizard, Dragon Demon, and other 5 6th level creatures, they began to eliminate the 6th level beasts in this Spirit Beast secret realm one by one. In the northern part of the Spirit Beast secret realm, the extreme northern wasteland, amid a series of mournful roars, the 6th level Wasteland Demon Wolf was beaten half to death by several 6th level slave creatures, and finally died completely under the true immortal quantum sword light of the Tianxu Sangqiong floating in the sky. At the same time, a smile also appeared in Song-Chi's eyes in the battleship's main control room. This 6th level Wasteland Demon Wolf provided a 5% promotion success rate for the Tianxu Sangqiong. Battleship Promotion Mission Tianxu Sangqiong. Current promotion success rate, 78.51%. Special Promotion Resource Formula 2 halves, 10,000 Year Ice Mother Stone *1, Intermediate Space Attribute Law Crystal *1. Additional Promotion Resources, 6th level Jiexing Clan Blood 14%, 6th level Peak Evil God Blood 12%, Ordinary Dominant Blood 1%. Bathing in the Blood of Alien Races, 6th level Wasteland Demon Wolf 5%, 6th level Star Blood Bat 5%. With this Wasteland Demon Wolf, the promotion success rate of the Tianxu Sangqiong has reached nearly 80%, but it is precisely because it is close to 80% that the smile on Song-Chi's face quickly disappeared. Once it officially breaks through 80%, even if it kills a 6th order creature, the success rate it can provide will be further halved. However, this did not stop Song-Chi in the next 2 months. He killed many 6th order beasts, dozens of 5th order beasts, and even more 4th order beasts. Spirit Beast Secret Realm Sky, quietly suspended in the sky, inside the Tianxu Sangqiong. Song-Chi shook his head gently. As time passed, there were only the last 20 days left. Although all the high-level beasts in the Spirit Beast secret realm were cleared, the promotion success rate of the Tianxu Sangqiong also broke through 90%. But it could only be considered a breakthrough. Current promotion success rate, 92.81% less than 93% success rate. In Song-Chi's opinion, this is obviously still not enough. No, it's really not safe. Not to mention 98%, 99%, but 95% is a must. While muttering, his eyes could not help but look at the rear cabin. To be more precise, he was looking at the 6th level robbery star under the command of the Abyss Devil. But in the end, he still shook his head, looked around the entire Spirit Beast secret realm below again, and then recalled the battleship and returned to the market. God's Kingdom player trading space on the central task receiving platform. The most eye-catching task listed on the task light screen is the one that Song Chi recently issued as Lord of the Kingdom of God to purchase a large number of 5th level slaves of various races. Lord of the Kingdom of God, purchase 5th level slaves of various races at high prices. Task reward, each 5th level slave creature can be exchanged for the following items as desired. 2 strands of 6th level floating land origin, /3 orange wonder / player team upgrade scroll *1 / God's Kingdom points, 400 points. If you hand in 3 5th level slave creatures at one time, you can choose a red wonder in the wonder exchange shop below this task. You can see that there are already many scattered records of handover tasks. The one who handed in the most was naturally Lawan, who came from a dominant civilization and contributed 35th level slave creatures of all kinds. The second ranked one surprised Song Chi. It was not the 4th level night elf from the Crescent tribe, who was led by a dominant elf mistress, nor the 5th level ice giant, who appeared not long ago, nor Dagon, who was backed by the North Sea King's court, but the 4th level half-rat man, who only liked to sell source stones. 18 5th level slave creatures. I really underestimated this guy before, he muttered for a while, and did not dwell on this issue for long. He activated the authority of the Lord of the Kingdom of God, and sent all the hundreds of 5th level slave creatures handed in by the players, and imprisoned in a cage in the corner of the trading space of the players of the Kingdom of God to the market of the heavens. At the same time, Song Chi also cancelled the high-priced acquisition task. Although he had some assets, he couldn't spend money recklessly. In order to acquire more than 100 5th level slave creatures, he spent nearly 30 red artifacts. These epic quality artifacts were accumulated step by step over 100 years. If he spent too much at once, he didn't know how long it would take to replenish them. More than 100 5th level creatures were enough to make the promotion success rate exceed 95%. Jutian Market, Tianchu Sangqiong was hanging high above the market, one shot after another, slowly clearing the hundreds of 5th level slave creatures below. Song Chi did not dare to use too strong an attack, for fear of affecting the market. The next day, after all the slave creatures were killed, then the promotion success rate of Tianchu Sangqiong was looked at, and it had indeed successfully broken through 95%, reaching 95.65%. Longji Divine Mountain, number 1 Inheritance Battleship Room. With the arrival of Tianchu Sangqiong, the number 1 Inheritance Battleship, which had already made a greeting in advance, quickly shot out 12 rays of light. Seeing this, Song Chi unloaded all the rare gold and silver parts on the warship except the black hole evolution layer without any damage. 10 days later, when the second round of solid spirit light emerged, all the gold and silver parts on the Tianchu Sangqiong were unloaded, including the Heavenly Fate Si Nan Pan. However, before unloading, Song Chi had already activated the Si Nan Shua Bin feature of the Heavenly Fate Si Nan Pan component in advance, decomposing the LV60 black hole evolution layer into the initial LV0, as well as all the resources spent on its previous enhancement. Three-eyed soul securing ring. Due to its quality, it can only be used for golden parts at most, and cannot be used to unload the black hole evolution layer without loss. But Heavenly Fate compass plate can be used for black hole evolution layer, which perfectly solves this problem. All the core parts on the warship were unloaded without loss. Song Chi started the official promotion of Tianchu Sangqiong without hesitation. The success rate is close to 96%, but you must give me success. With a prayer in his heart, the promotion button was pressed. Outside the Inheritance Battleship Room, Song Chi looked at the Tianchu Sangqiong ship, which was completely wrapped in light, from afar, and tried hard not to show any expression. Outside the number 1 Inheritance Battleship Room, Song Wujiang and Song Xingru were also waiting. Song Chi has now been listed as one of the most core members of the family, so the promotion of the Tianchu Sangqiong ship has attracted the attention of the entire family's top leaders. This promotion lasted for several hours. When the Tianchu Sangqiong ship began to expand rapidly, Song Chi finally couldn't help it anymore and smiled. Outside the Inheritance Battleship Room, Song Wujiang and Song Xingru did the same. But they did not disturb Song Chi, choosing to leave quietly. They knew that although the battleship was successfully upgraded, There were still many things that the captain needed to do, so it was better not to disturb him. With a swish, the battleship hatch opened, and Song-Chi rushed into the battleship quickly. With a successful upgrade to a battleship, the length of the Tianqiu Sangqiong now soared to 14,000 meters, which was half longer than an ordinary battleship. After reloading all the unloaded parts, the black hole evolution layer was also strengthened to the 6th level again. And then Song-Chi turned his sight, and couldn't wait to open the attribute panel of the Tianqiu Sangqiong. First, let's look at the basic parts column. With the promotion to battleship, Tianqiu Sangqiong has 6 more slots, including 2 main gun slots and 4 secondary gun slots. As for the second super main gun slot, it can only be possessed by the dreadnought. Looking at the special parts column, the battleship Xinhua hull is upgraded to level 50, and the number of special parts slots has also reached 142. Even with the current configuration of Tianqiu Sangqiong, only 83 slots have been used, and there are still 59 slots available. However, Song-Chi also knew this. The key point was that many red and silver parts only occupied 1 slot. If there were more parts that required 4 or 5 slots to load, these empty slots would be filled up soon. After browsing these, Song-Chi's attention began to wander over the parts. After being promoted to a battleship, the parts on the Tianqiu Sangqiong could be upgraded to the 7th level. He now had 7 master spirits, more 7th level floating land origins, and enough titanium crystals. It was time to consider which 7 parts should be upgraded to level 70. Of course, it is still possible to extract multiple master spirits from the memory fragments of the life chaser, but this will take time. At present, Song-Chi can only strengthen 7 parts. First, reload the previously unloaded soul-destroying pupil light cannon, and strengthen it back to level 60. Song-Chi quickly determined the strengthening order of the first 4 parts. As the strongest attack method on the battleship, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon that can be temporarily transformed into a Star Destroyer cannon is naturally the first to be strengthened. Then, there are the Super Main Gun All-Spirit Destruction Bow, Hull Armor Neutron Star Core Armor, and the Golden Holy Domain Quality Yin-Yang Counterattack Annihilation Shield. Because these 4 parts have been strengthened to level 69 before, Song-Chi only spent 4 strands of 7th level Floating Land Essence plus 4 Master True Spirits, and thousands of 6th level Floating Land Essence and Titanium Crystals, and hundreds of Law Stones. With the strengthening of these 4 parts, the attributes of the warship have been qualitatively improved. After all, after the Jilu ship was promoted to a battleship, the increase in the basic components of the warship itself has been increased from 200% to 300%. Adding the original improvement of several parts, this attribute increase is terrifying. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about the Super Main Gun All Souls Destruction Bow. All Souls Destruction Bow LV70 quality, silver features, power increased by 320% feature 2, double pearl arrows feature 3, true armor break feature 4, life annihilation arrow consumption, 60,000/shot psionic points attack, 120.5 billion. Before, at LV69, its power was less than 10 billion. But now it has exceeded 100 billion. An increase of more than 10 times. Let's talk about Yin-Yang Counterattack Annihilation Shield. This Golden Holy Energy Shield. Yin-Yang Hedging Annihilation Shield LV70. Quality, Gold. Features, Yin-Yang Damage Reduction. Feature 2, Real Shield. Feature 3, Energy Shield. Shield value increased by 290%. Feature 4, Shield Protection value increased by 290%. Feature 5, Yin-Yang Mutual Generation. Consumption, 4,000/S psionic points protection, 34.8 billion. Shield value, 1.4 trillion/1.4 trillion. Charge, tens. Buffer after overload, 30 minutes. Its shield value is as high as 1.4 trillion. And the increase is also more than 10 times. After strengthening these 4 parts, Song-Chi turned his sight to the special parts column. Soon, he fixed his sight again and selected the last 3 strengthening parts. Black Hole Evolution Layer, Destiny Compass and Last Blessing. He wanted to strengthen Posha Zen Meditation Seal and Angel Kingship Wings. But unfortunately, he did not have enough Sand of Time and high-level Angel Blood.